Hey, peace, world, peace. Welcome back to Goddess Dawn Speaks, aka the $1 trillion goddess baby. It is Diddy sentencing day, y'all. It is Diddy sentencing day. We have come full circle at this point. I see some of y'all came in earlier. I was going to come on earlier, and I realized this hearing is going to be long, hours long. Some people even say it might go to 2 days. I can't do 2 days. Now, we need to get this wrapped up today. Now, the hearing is already in session. I'm going to jump into the courtroom like we do and get into these live tweets. They've been going since for like 2 hours already. So by the time hopefully we catch up, maybe we'll have a sentence, okay? I want to say what's up to everybody. Ju T, Wild Wayne, Faye. I saw Queen Keish up in here, Nia X. Yeah. So good to see everybody on this beautiful Friday. Yeah, happy Friday, people. Gotta love a Friday. All right, so just give me like 2 minutes to let this thing do what it do. And we're gonna jump right into court. I already peeked at a couple things when it first started. Let me tell you this, the judge, he already got that 11 years in his head based on what he's saying early on. And you'll see if you haven't already tapped in. All right. So hopefully you hear this music. Let me know if you hear this music. I'm about to play it. Let me know if you can hear the music, and then we good to go. All right, P. Corleone, thank you for tapping in. Now get back to work. I'm just kidding. Thank you, though. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, it's a big day. Full circle. Sentencing day, y'all. It's sentencing day. All right, I can't take this no more. I'm already seeing things. I went on Instagram. I'm like, the judge, I think he already handed it down, or he gave his sentence guide or his range. The range is high. The range is high. I swear, YouTube, me talking about these monsters, I swear I'm not like this in real life. I do not wish on anybody's downfall. I don't laugh at people like this. I'm telling you right now, R. Kelly, Diddy, everybody else who has, been doing women, black people, children, kids, men doing people wrong for decades. Things are finally happening. The chickens, is it the chickens? The roosters have come home to roost, whatever that is. You know what I'm saying? It's time to pay the piper. Okay. Now let's get into these tweets, Chop. I already got everything all queued up. I don't know if y'all want to see the tweets or the picture. Doesn't matter. Let me fix the screen. I don't like it like that. Why doesn't it fill up the whole screen? All right. All right. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Okay. I'm following Inner City Press. Matthew Russell. Is that his name? Yeah. Matthew Russell Lee. Shout out to him for always doing the damn thing when it comes to reporting the live tweets in the courtroom with the cases that we care about. Okay. And he has been consistent throughout, minus any technical difficulties he may have had. This man don't call out sick. Okay. Give this man a raise, as a matter of fact, and pay him out all his PTO. All right. Okay. Now, U.S. versus Sean Combs sentencing starts, and this is 2 hours ago. U.S. wants 11 years. He wants time served. Today, he has a video, and I believe they've already played the video. I showed y'all that video yesterday. I mean, I didn't play the actual whole 11-minute video, but we got the gist of it. It was bullshit. Okay. He says, and at least 4 lawyers to speak. Opposed Mia, but she will speak. Inner City Press. Now, this might be before, because the government came in and said that she changed her mind because she was bullied by the defense. And we're going to get into that right here. All right. So he says, as Combs' lawyer mills around, he has still not been brought out. A U.S. Marshal brings out a big sheaf of papers and a red book, picks up the chair to search underneath. All clear. Yeah, you got to search up underneath everything, child. Somebody might have planted a GUN for him. You know how that goes. You can pay people to do just about anything. Well, I would just say you can pay people to do anything, it seems. All right. So East Coast time, 9:56 a.m. Combs' lawyer, Mark Ignifilo, and Brian Steele are talking low next to the lectern. Alexandra Shapiro stands with Nicole Westmoreland. The prosecutors are seated at the front table, -1, Maureen Comey. All that work she put in. Lost the case. Partially lost the case and then got fired. Poor Maureen Comey, but she's fighting back, and trust she's going to be fine. All right, 10:05 a.m. Judge's clerk says, "Are we ready to proceed?" Was that Mr. Donaldson who just went back into the holding cell? Yes. Now waiting for Combs to be brought out. 10:11 a.m. Sean Combs is brought in a white shirt. Of course, they had to put him in white, right? You had to make him look as angelic as possible, as clean as possible. He puts his papers underneath the table, leans back, and blows a kiss to the gallery. His mother, Brian, still standing next to him, whispering in his ear. Wait, it says he blows a kiss to the gallery, his mother. He's still blowing kisses and whatnot. Like, he's still Diddy. As much as he wants to say that he's not, he is. He definitely is. All right. Like, share, and subscribe, y'all. 10:17 a.m. The judge is in. All rise. Clerk says this is U.S. versus Sean Combs. Judge says, do we have the signed order of forfeiture? First and foremost, did he sign the forfeiture paperwork? We need to get that straightened out before I tell y'all anything. I love it. USA Slavic says, yes, I'm handing it up. The judge says, first, I'll go over that I have received First, I'll go over that I have received and the pre-sentencing reports. Okay, typo. I'll hear from the parties. He continues, I've received the defense's reply memo of October 2nd and the letter from Mr. Combs, bullshit, and the video the defense plans to play here in court, bullshit. I appreciated the letters. I've received the government's letters from Ms. Ventura and others. I appreciate them. Combs's lawyer, Alexandra, says, we're going to submit a course evaluation from MDC. And I went over that course evaluation on live a couple of days ago. Bullshit. In part, well, let's see. Slavic says, we don't have a copy. The judge says, please give her one. Slavic says, Mia no longer wishes to address the court here today, in part due to the letter submitted by the defense. Bullying, okay? Slavic says, we think the defense's letter violated your honor's rules. The judge says, I thought the tone was inappropriate and it should not happen again. Judge, come on now. It shouldn't happen again. This is it. There's no again. This is it. You need to deal with what's happening now. You need to make these people accountable for these things. He's like, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. I'm going to get them in the sentencing. With the sentencing that I can down, that's where I'm going to get them. I'm going to let them run around and act a fool, but I'm going to get them. So the judge then says, anyone beyond Mr. Combs? Still says, the Reverend and Mr. Combs's children will come up and stand together. Still said, continues, also Giovanni from the program. The judge cuts him off and says, Ms. Slavic. And Slavic says, Rule 32 only applies to the parties and victims. The court is within its rights to exclude character witnesses. Judge Furman has used this to limit defense witnesses, and she referred to a 940F.3D 167. She basically like, look, we've already been here, done that. You ain't got to hear none of them people. The judge says, but I can't allow them, correct? As I overruled the defense wanting to exclude Mia. Slavic says, within your discretion. Judge says, Mr. Still, okay for the children and Dr. Johnson. And then Still corrects him and says, Reverend Doctor. The judge says, I'll think about the others. Now, the judge continues, as to the objections, the defense says acquitted conduct cannot be considered. There is no guidance from any court on this. We don't know what the jury was thinking, but it's about overlapping conduct, and it only impacts the advisory guidelines range. Boom. The judge continues, acquitted conduct can be considered. Yes. For the guidelines can be considered under 3553A. Now, the U.S. objections. They argue for the criminal S abuse guideline. There is little precedent on what type of threat is required, but bodily harm makes most sense. Concrete harms. To force Jane and Ms. Ventura to engage in S acts. Does this conduct establish the convicted conduct? There was the flight from Cannes. The judge is all about protecting these women, okay? He continues, did that meet the requirement of bodily harm threat? There was evidence of that in the case with respect to the hotel nights and freak-offs. But in light of the constitutional questions raised, the court declines to apply the cross references. But 3553A. Since I can consider it under 3553A, it does not impact the sentence. Next, Mr. Combs' marking of pads as legal. That was troubling, but the intention is not clear. The government could have pushed to clarify it, so I will not imply the enhancement. Oh, wow. He said it was troubling. Why didn't you deal with it? He should have flushed that out at the time. That happened really early on in the trial. The judge goes on, the government objects to probation not considering Jane and Ms. Ventura as vulnerable victims. I overrule this. What makes Combs' coercion effective was their condition. Anyway, the court would reach the same conclusion. Now, Mr. Combs' objections. Mr. Combs objects to characterizing Ms. Ventura and Jane as victim. That is overruled. Mr. Combs also objects to the escorts were characterized as victims. That is also overruled. They were transported for the purpose of engaging in commercial sex. There was Jules and Paul and Cabral. Jules says it again, Reggie and Rico. Jules, Paul, Cabral, and Paul. Reggie and Rico. Rico for the Rico. As to coercion, when something, if voluntarily, is uncompelled, that is from Black's Law Dictionary. It's a broad concept. The threat to release videos and to Jane's home, that's coercion. See, the judge is literally just breaking down the trial and what was missed by the jury, to be very honest. He's letting us know coercion was there. He goes on to say Mr. Combs said he was paying for time, not sex. That is contradicted by reality. He has not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. Combs has challenged his guilty full-throatedly, including after trial. He sure did. And that letter that he wrote, I read that last night. He didn't mention the victims. He kept talking about himself and his children and his business success that he lost and things like that. So the judge, he clocked all of it. Mr. Combs wants to apply the 0-point offender provision from 2023, but 2024 on other issues. That is not possible under Second Circuit's one-book rule. Next, Mr. Combs objects to the $5,000 assessment under the statute because there are no victims. Denied. The judge says, I have the forfeiture order. Is this your signature, Mr. Combs? Combs says, yes, sir. Mr. Steele, did you review it? Tenny Garrigo says, I did. The judge says, I incorporate the order into the judgment in this case. Ooh, you about to give up your shit. Yeah. Let me come over. Are y'all commenting over here? What's up, Aisha Stockton? Long time. Good to see you, love. Yes, the judge is doing the damn thing. Clock it. I'm putting my two fingers together up and down. All right, let's continue. All remaining objections are overruled. Period. The end. That's it. All of the rest is overruled. Fuck y'all. The judge is like, I'm done. Let's get to it. Garrigo says, although you say some points don't impact your sentence, it might impact his eligibility for low categorization if you impose an incarceratory sentence. The judge says, we can address that. And Garrigo says, if necessary. No, the judge says we can address it because it will be necessary to address, because that's exactly what's going to happen. She's trying to be optimistic. If necessary, we don't know if you're going to do that, but it's necessary. Alexander Shapiro, I'd like to make some more points. We briefed extensively. The judge said 380 pages. And she says, we raised due process, the fairness concerns set forth by Justice Sotomayor. We believe militate for our interpretation and preclude the court under 3553. She's like, no, get that out of here. Shapiro continues, I wanted to preserve this for appeal. Should there be an appeal of your sentence? The judge says, it's preserved. The PSR says the offense level is 27, and I agree with that. The criminal history category is 1. That leads to a guideline of 70 to 87 months. 70 to 87 months. Okay, how many years is 70 months? I'm so bad at math, but I'm about to get out my calculator. 70 months. Okay, hold on. Let me get this right. So that's just over 5 years. Just under 6, actually. 5.8. And that's fair. I knew he was gonna. I said 6 years. That was my prediction. I knew he was gonna go whatever the sentencing report. The what is it? The pre-sentence. Who is the people called? PSR people. Whatever they said, the judge is gonna stick close to that. Thank you, Faye. 67 years. Yes, please hit the like button. All right. All right. I know Diddy's heart sank when he heard that. I know right now he's pretty much reeling all, like as soon as this thing got started and hearing the judge, his tone, the things he's saying. I know Diddy is like, fuck. He was right when he said, I can't buy my way out of this one. All right. The judge says, I'll hear from the government. Slavic says, I'd like to respond after the defense as well. Today is about accountability and justice. For 15 years, the victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. This is not just a case about freak-offs in hotel rooms. This is about victims hard. About a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was control. He weaponized it. All of the 3553 factor point to at least 135 months. 135 months. Do the math. 11 years, 11.25, child. The defense accuses us of seeking 135 months so that the court splits the difference. We think probation's recommendation of 60 months does not account sufficiently for the harm to Cassie and Jane. The defendant tries to argue that this is just sex, drugs, and rock and roll lifestyle. But this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. The defendant's respect for the law is lip service. Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week in all caps. He already has bookings. This arrogant, this dumb fuck. Like they weren't going to know that and bring it up. He is making such assumptions here, and that is arrogance. The judge is not going to like that. Slavic continues. That is the height of hubris. He did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak-offs and a lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal. Even in cases that declined to apply the cross-reference, significant sentences are handed down, including in this district. Consider U.S. v. Dillon, Jordan. And then the Inner City Press puts in that he got 60 months, which is 5 years. The judge says, in Jordan, the defendant had been convicted and imprisoned in Cuba in the years prior. Am I correct? And that's why Judge Cronin varied upwards. Slavic said that is correct, as well as the other factors. Judge says, so there's a distinguishing feature. And Slavic says, there also is a case by Judge Kimba Wood. Mann Act cases with fear, violence, and threats routinely get significant sentences. This is not a simple transportation case, but it has major aggravators. As to Cassie, he hit and stomped her. He hit and stomped on her. Yeah, because when you talk about travel and violence and fear, you're talking about trafficking. That's really the bottom line. And Cassie even said it in her letter. Definitely arrogant, Faye. All right, let's continue. The Slavic continues, the video from the LA hotel was played many times at trial and it never got easier. As to Jane, he punched her, he slapped her, a little over a year ago when he knew he was under federal investigation. At trial, they said they owned the violence. Admitting to violence in front of the jury as a part of a trial strategy is not accountability. Freak offs were extended performances of sexual degradation and humiliation. Cassie and Jane did not want to have sex with strangers. He made them do it. He had an escort urinate in Cassie's mouth until she choked. Her victim impact statement makes clear she still has nightmares and flashbacks and the scars on her body. Jane's text makes it clear her anguish and trauma. Mia said she got PTSD and anxiety. Deontay Nash said he was caused lasting damage. Capricorn Clark says he blacklisted her once she spoke up. Chef Jordan Atkinson wrote how she was impacted. It was real and serious. He downplays the abuse, calling it rare, but it was not rare. Cassie's testimony was that he was violent with her at any time. It was not mutual. You saw no photos of the defendant with injuries. He blames doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he is the victim. He hasn't accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. The information provided to this expert was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any age. He choked Jane at 54 years old. And like Cassie said in her letter, this is who this man is. I know this man. This is who he is. Okay. He's not going to change. All right. And she continues, prostitution causes other problems. It happens out of public view. General deterrence is needed. Sends a message to all victims and to the public that this defendant's crimes are serious. You could encourage or discourage abusers. Right. Put it on the judge that you can make or break future abuse victims, whether they come forward or not. They say at least 135 months are necessary. The judge says, let's take a break. And this was 1 hour ago. Okay, let me come over, see if y'all have anything to say. While Wayne said this channel is for mature audience, only parental discretion or parental is advised. Okay. 11:51 a.m. They're back, and it's Combs' lawyer Driscoll speaking. I'm grateful, Your Honor, to you being so permissive with the microphone for us today. I'm going to talk about sentencing disparities. A blind reliance on the guidelines can create disparities. The DOJ has long said that Mann Act prosecutions should focus on the commercial cases. Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. The Jordan case, it is not comparable. He served 8 years in Cuba for sex crimes. This was his second chance. Jordan made $1.4 million. Do you know how many sex acts that is? He had over 100 clients. Mr. Combs' offense is nothing like that. 3 of Jordan's victims reported unwanted sex. He was R-wording after being drugged. Somebody commented, y'all acting like the judge don't already know how many years he's given Diddy. Your summaries are not going to persuade him. All right. Inner City Press makes a note. As Combs' Driscoll goes on about U.S. versus Dylan Jordan, Inner City Press has put up an extra about the case, which it covered on X for subscribers. Okay. Combs' sentencing thread continues below. All right. Let me take a sip of my green tea. Literally got a cold yesterday. Last night, all of a sudden. All right. Driscoll says there's another case with 7 victims. No grouping enhancement applied. Defendant got 18 months. Was released after 9 months. There's 18 CR 20376 from Southern District of Florida. They generated 1.8 million. They got 15 months. In John cases, the average sentence is 6.7 months. In this case, in this other case, the defendant texted the victim, I meant what I said about making a mold of your PUSSY. The rest of you ain't worth SHIT. The judge says, but there was no threat of violence in that case. Miss Slavic Driscoll continues. Miss Slavic just blamed Mr. Combs for having a drug problem for 25 years. We think that's inappropriate. It is a mitigating factor. Let's talk about 13 CR 294, District of Oregon. The defendant paid for a session with a young girl. That defendant, Riggs, got 24 months. It was more heinous than this case. 3553A6 says to avoid unwarranted sentencing disparities. I've read all 900 Mann Act cases available on Pacer. His case is different. The judge says, who's next? Miss Westmoreland? This man is pouring his heart out. I stayed up reading 300, 800. He read, I'm sorry, let me mute y'all. I got to blow my nose 1 second. Come on, Nia, you got this. You can hang, Nia. 50 years, I want that too. All right. So basically the judge is like, yeah, okay, next. You cannot make this up. So Westmoreland comes up. She says, I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life. Oh, please. And on the commitment he made while in the MDC. Mr. Combs was successful, but he used it to help others. He also used it to hurt others. Okay? He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. There were not many Black-owned labels. Technically, it's not a Black-owned label. He's a figurehead. He got that money from Clive Davis, and Clive Davis is not Black. But anyway. Mr. Combs had the audacity, she said, basically to have his own label. It sent a message that you can do it. Clothing too. It was not just urban streetwear. It was upscale. It brought unity. It inspired change. In spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table, a voice, a real voice. Then there was revolt. He said, she put sobs in parentheses. Are you telling me this heifer is crying while she's up here talking about Diddy? Are you kidding me right now? She continues, he's just trying to help. He opened 3 charter schools in neighborhoods where the schools were not good. The motto was Black excellence. The youth are our future. Mr. Combs personally inspired me. I went to an event in DC. Well, was it the one where 9 people got trampled? Mr. Combs was there. He said, listen, everyone, sob. I'm sorry. He said, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up and put actions behind your dreams. And then he said, don't forget to help others. That changed my life. Mr. Combs is just a man, and he's made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. But how many of us can say that we've helped so many lives? Countless lives. He's been in jail, and he's remorseful. I spend every day speaking with him. In the NDC, Mr. Combs started asking people their dreams. That's how Free Game with Diddy was born. No one's done this in the NDC before. So he lied and said they came to him and asked him to do that. He solicited that. He went and asked them and got them to. Are you kidding me right now? 50 years, Nia. 50. All right. And then let's see, Inner City Press put a note in. It says Yi Chen taught Chinese in MDC, then got 15 years for fentanyl import. Teaching Chinese in the MDC didn't help his sentence. All right. Westmoreland continues. There's no benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison. Thank you. She sounds like she's ready for him to get out so she can get in on a freak off. She's like, sign me up, honey. All right. Judge then says, Mr. Steele, the judge is not moved. Mr. Steele, let's go. Steele says, we wanted his children to come up, then show the video. The judge says, please come forward. My name is Quincy Brown. He's my father. He's not your father, Quincy. Ah, brother. And he unalived your mother. So now you're going to stand up here and talk. Okay, let me not do this. Okay, let's read the transcript. Quincy continues. He is transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again. As his children, we wish to heal together. Next. My name is Justin Combs. I asked you give my father a second chance. He's not your daddy either. He killed your dad. He unalived your daddy Wolf. Come on, Justin, you know this. My father is a superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. He told you to believe in God, but which God? Because the God he worships ain't the God that created the whole everything. Not the creator. Okay, Justin continues. I talk to my father every day, every other hour. Next. I'm Christian Combs. I'm the one who most resemble my pops. My mannerisms. Oh, why are you saying this? You are also named in lawsuits, just like your daddy. You want to tell him that too? Come on now. Did anybody like rehearse this with them before they got up here? He said, my whole life I studied my dad up and down. He is the greatest man in the world, my superhero. And see, this is a bad look. It's a bad look that these kids, these men, they're not kids. These men are coming up here to plead to the judge to let their daddy, in air quotes, come home to be with them. But they're also they have put him on a pedestal, calling him a superhero with all of the things that we've learned that have gone on for a majority of these men's lives. He has said he was under the influence. We know that he has beaten up on, and he spent most of his time doing freak offs and hotel nights. You studied them up and down. You study that. You study how he's beating up on his women. You must have, because you and Justin are both named in lawsuits for doing heinous things. I think Quincy's the only one. Well, of course, the twins and the baby, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, as of the guys, Quincy's the only one that seems sane. Aside from coming up and saying this. Okay, my sound went out for a second. Michelle, welcome. No, he's not a superhero. He is not a hero to us. He is absolutely not a superhero. Okay. Christian continues. He told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. I see in his eyes as his twin that he has changed. So you laud him as a superhero, but then you turn around and say you can see that he's changed. So if he's such a superhero, why does he need to change? What has he changed into? So your superhero is actually a villain, is what you're saying. Okay, so next. My name is Jessie Combs. I am 18 years old. She's crying. When my mother died, I was just a little girl. Okay, now Diddy should kill himself, unalive himself after hearing this. He should be ashamed of himself. I remember my dad sitting us down. It helped me survive when I just wanted my mom. Next. My name is Chance Combs, his daughter. He's changed. She's crying also. Sorry. He speaks with a clear mind. Next. My name is Delilah Combs. We watched our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless. Delilah Combs. Your Honor, please let us move forward, not as a headline, but as a family. The judge says, thank you all. This is important for me to hear. Still says, we would like to show the movie here. And I showed that yesterday. I showed some of it, not all of it. I couldn't do it, but it's basically a big old PR video of him helping kids, being with his children, running the marathon. Most of the stuff was old footage because he ain't done nothing good in a long time. Okay, so at 1:10 p.m. the video is over. Mr. Still, the judge says, Mr. Still, who will be speaking next? He says, Reverend Dr. Johnson. Then the man from the re-entry program, if you permit. The judge says, any more lawyers? He said, myself and then Mr. Donaldson. The judge says, we'll resume at 2 p.m. So they're going to take like a lunch break. And that was 8 minutes ago. So we done caught up, y'all. We caught up. They said 2 p.m. 11. That's 11 o'clock my time. That's like 40 minutes from now. This is why I didn't want to come on so early, child. I might have to come back and do a part 2. But I did say I was going to do some other things. There's victim letters and other things. Okay, let's see. Let me come over to Instagram. So there's already headlines going on Instagram. Judge set sentencing range for Diddy at 70 to 87 months after overruling his objections and citing coercion and lack of remorse. Prosecutors say Diddy was slated to speak in Miami next week. Ridiculous. Diddy's family arrives at court.
Are you guys nervous at all?
Wait, hold up. She wearing, well, at least they dressed up, but they look like they're going to a wedding, a funeral, or a prom.
Raven, you look fantastic. Are you guys nervous at all?
And then the girls have on white tuxedo looking suits. All white though. I don't.
Raven, you look fantastic.
It looks like in the middle, maybe that's Chance with all black on. Interesting.
This is somebody else's house.
He told me,
Okay.
don't
Poor dang dad.
come around until you fix yourself.
No, I didn't say that.
Yes, you.
Okay, let me pull up Pacer. Let's read some of these other letters. Let's read Mia's letter. You have a great weekend too, Michelle. Oh no, that's Gina. Yeah. I don't know if I have a picture of Mia still. I think I deleted most of the pictures. Okay. I'll just show the letter. Your Honor, I'm writing to you on behalf of my younger self, the little girl who once dreamed without fear, who believed the world was full of possibility, who had faith in the goodness of people, and who trusted that her hard work, big heart, and integrity could carry her toward a bright and meaningful future. That little girl is gone. She was buried alive by an abuser, trapped in a world of terror, abuse, humiliation, and coercive control. This letter has been excruciating to write. Other than during my testimony, I've never had the courage to discuss my abuse publicly. It feels impossible to describe, as I'm only just beginning to unravel the tangled web of trauma myself. But I decided that it's better to try to describe the permanent damage that Sean Combs, my abuser, has caused me rather than to remain silent any longer. I began working for my abuser in my early 20s after I moved to New York City with only a mattress on my car and a dream in my heart. I was made to believe it was the opportunity of a lifetime to work for him. I was young and naive. I wanted to make a name for myself. I wanted to change the world for the better through my creativity. My dream was to one day become a writer, producer, performer. In these early years, I was hopeful and innocent. From the start, however, my abuser preyed on that innocence, and what I thought was a once in a lifetime opportunity gradually became a never ending nightmare. I experienced manipulation, humiliation, coercion, and violence. I was groomed, exploited, and broken down. He stripped me of my freedom, my safety, my identity, my instincts, and my autonomy. He alternated rewards and punishments to break down my self-worth and instincts, creating dependency and confusion. He dangled my dreams before me like a carrot, promising opportunity, mentorship, and advancement. He controlled every part of my life. I needed his permission for everything: when I could sleep, when I could eat, when I could use the bathroom, when I could go to my room, and even whether I could buy tampons. He created a life where nothing was mine, and I lived in constant fear because his moods could determine my right to exist. Asking for compensation for my labor, including overtime requests or reimbursement requests for work-related expenses, would lead to him throwing a tantrum, yelling, and sometimes throwing objects in my direction in an effort to humiliate me. He framed my request as stealing and made me ashamed to expect any income at all. Through his financial manipulation, he kept me dependent and trapped. My work for the defendant was not a job, it was captivity. His coercive control and unpredictable violence left lasting psychological scars: anxiety, hypervigilance, disassociation, and self-doubt, and an ongoing struggle to reclaim my autonomy. Years of abuse have rewired my brain. Even today, I feel trapped in the mental and emotional patterns that he created. I lived with chronic and severe PTSD, depression, and crippling anxiety. I suffer from deeply intrusive thoughts, derealization, panic attacks, night terrors, and insomnia. When I can get a few precious hours of sleep, those hours are often filled with night terrors that wake me in a breathless sweat, screaming and crying. I awake with my heart pounding, gasping as if I'm still trapped. I have struggled to feel safe in any workplace because of my PTSD, which has resulted in fragmented professional record, a bankruptcy application, and crippling debt. I can't go to many of the public places I once loved, concerts, festivals, clubs, without risk of having a panic attack. I have struggled to set roots in any location and build a community of support for fear that my abuser would find me and ruin my life all over again. I avoid social media. I can't listen to music I once loved. I can't watch many TV shows or movies, all for fear that I might be unexpectedly triggered or have to relive some of the worst moments of my life. All of this trauma was compounded by the impact of my testimony at my abuser's trial. The investigation and pretrial process threw me back into a world I had spent years desperately trying to suppress. I had buried so many terrible memories of abuse, including violence and sexual assault, that I was forced to dig up and relive. I cannot overstate the traumatizing impact of reading his threatening emails, reviewing old photos and videos, and hearing his voice again. Every meeting felt like a hammer striking at fragile foundations of my healing. The anticipation of testifying was also horrendous. My therapy sessions were spent bracing for the unfathomable moment that I would face in him here in your courtroom. Not here in your courtroom, face him in your courtroom, instead of focusing on rebuilding my life and forging a new future. When I tried to imagine walking into a crowded courtroom and facing him, I would black out. For months, I suffered from panic attacks. My tongue swelled, my stomach dropped, my hands went cold, my legs became numb. I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat. The feeling of dread and terror was so intense I couldn't hide it. I would randomly burst into uncontrollable childlike sobs. I found myself isolating for fear of being a burden on the people I love. I didn't know how to ask for help. I didn't know how to say I was not okay. I had been conditioned for so many years to believe that my needs were unimportant and that any emotion was forbidden. If I expressed any indication that I was suffering or unwell, I could be in imminent danger. I wanted to jump out of my skin. I felt relentlessly ashamed. There were times when I did not want to live. As a result, the defense team's tactics during my testimony, and despite my use of a pseudonym, my identity has been publicized, and my name is no longer my own. It is forever linked to my abuser's violence. My sweet, loving parents had to read horrible details about the abuse of their daughter, riddling them with anxiety and leading them to unfairly question themselves, as if they could have done anything to prevent this. Everyone I have known and everyone I will meet will know my darkest moments. Even the children in my life, my sweet niece and nephew, my loving goddaughter and godson, my friends as children who inspired me to tell the truth, will one day read the vile details of my abuse. Although the verdict fell short of the justice I had hoped for, the defendant is still found guilty of serious crimes. What he stole from me cannot be returned. It cannot be reduced to years or money. He stole my freedom, my sense of safety, my ability to trust myself and others, and my confidence. He stole my dreams of having a stable, healthy family of my own, my career trajectory, and both my creative work product and creative aspirations. He stole 16 years of my life, time I should have spent developing into an independent woman that I was the independent woman I was supposed to be. I was meant to be. My life has been profoundly broken. I am pleading on behalf of my inner child, the sweet, hopeful, bright-eyed girl who could not survive the defendant's abuse, and for the woman I should have become who was robbed of her future. I am pleading for the brave victims that came forward and the countless other victims who continue to suffer and who have been scared into silence. The defendant has shattered many lives, and they too deserve justice. They too deserve to live without shame or fear. Victims of sexual, psychological, and violent crimes, especially against women, are often forced to prove themselves while reliving the very trauma that destroyed them. We are questioned, doubted, humiliated, and re-victimized, as if surviving and coming forward to tell the story of our survival makes us suspect. We are forced to serve a life sentence of living with the consequences of the defendant's abuse every day. Finally, I am pleading on behalf of the future generations who deserve a world where predators cannot escape accountability. It would be nice to have a world free of predators. That's me interjecting. But she says, lastly, Your Honor, I ask you to do justice through the sentence that you imposed on October 3rd, 2025. The defendant's wealth, power, and fame should not place him above the law. These forces have shielded him for too long. I ask you to deliver a sentence that reflects the full measure of harm that he has caused. The years of coercion, financial abuse, humiliation, physical and sexual violence, and the profound trauma that he has inflicted as a result. I ask you to deliver a sentence that takes into account the ongoing danger my abuser poses to me and to others. A sentence that honors the truth, the pain, and the lives that have been destroyed. A sentence that gives us hope, protection, and justice. Please help us to believe that the legal system can offer justice to innocent and vulnerable victims, and that those with power, wealth, and influence cannot destroy lives without consequences. Help us believe in a world where survivors are heard, believed, and protected. Help us restore the belief that good can prevail. Help us ensure that no one else suffers as we have. Help us believe that justice can and does exist by holding our abuser fully accountable. Please, Your Honor, you have the power to show us the world and the future that our lives, our voices, our truth, and our humanity matter. Please help us. With gratitude and respect, Mia. This was actually a really good letter, especially with a strong ending plea to the judge and putting all victims, now, present, and future, in his hands. And I don't think he'll take this lightly. He seems to, I don't know how, I feel like he has a thing for Cassie. I really do. I guess since we have some time, I'm gonna go ahead and play this video. I'm gonna go make another thing of tea real quick since we're waiting. Wow, you funny. You said brand new fresh suits fresh off the hanger. All right.
When my baby cries.
You gotta give her a bottle then.
Know that you mean something to people. Know that you mean something to people. Like you live somewhere in people's heart.
My nose fell off. No, my lip fell off. Thank you. You wear it?
You inspire, you energize, and you've left that for the rest of the existence of this planet, man.
One thing about great producers is they make you want to do better and be better about what you do. And he made me feel like I could do anything and go anywhere.
From New York. I love New York. I love the city of New York. I love the children of New York. I wanted to do something good. I wanted to get my generation in the hip-hop community behind us. They come through in a big way. And we wanted to raise some money for the children of New York City for health and education. We have a huge education crisis. And, you know, this is just a start. It's something we're going to be committed to. I'm going to be committed to for a lifetime. And it's no better way than taking it to the streets. It's a beautiful city running all around. The city's going to be painful. It's going to be rough. But, you know, if we get through it, then it'll show kids and everybody else that, you know, finish what you start and you can do anything you put your mind to. And y'all go to public school?
Yes.
Okay, y'all running to raise money for your schools. So y'all get more books and computers and stuff like that. I just feel like it's important that us, you know, young adults of power, that we look out for y'all. And we utilize our power to make sure y'all all right in the future. Put everything you can into your work, you know. Don't think the cool thing is not to do your work. Don't think the cool thing is to hang on the corner with your friends and to talk about stuff that ain't gonna protect your future.
What did you learn about him as a man who was taking up a new sport?
Well, you know, I was actually very impressed. You know, a lot of people think it's just a celebrity stunt, that he isn't serious about his running. He is as serious about his running, has been the last 9 weeks as a lot of these guys in the lead pack. I mean, he's really devoted and dedicated himself to running. You know, he's had some knee problems, and a lot of people don't think he's going to finish. He is going to finish, even if he has to do it on one leg, because he's raised a lot of money for kids' charities, and he's not going to let all those people down.
Let's go. Where we going? We're going straight to the top, baby. Let's go is a constant reminder. Let's go. Boom. Live in the present. Sometimes, you know, you're daydreaming. Sometimes, you know, Uncle Diddy got to hit you with let's go.
Clap it up on the sideline. Let's get our energy right. Come on.
To make sure that you pursuing your dream, that you staying focused. Let's go. Let's keep going forward. Let's go means let's be positive. Let's take it up another notch. Let's go spend time with our kids. Let's go. Let's give thanks to God. Let's go. You know, let's turn it up. Let's get in the vocal booth. Let's stop procrastinating. Let's go. You know, let's understand what it's going to take to achieve that dream. So instead of talking about the guns and the violence, I was always talking about a better life. Places we didn't go before. Things we never wore. Cars we never drove. Houses we never lived in. I think I brought an aspiration to hip-hop. Tried to take it out of just being street. Our whole stuff was a fantasy and a dream that I always felt would come true.
I started out just like you guys.
I come from New York. I grew up in Harlem. I used to have to wear a uniform every day. Had to get up early in the morning, had to travel to go to school. I worked hard, just like you guys are working. This country and this world we live in may have planned for y'all. I didn't listen to that, and I don't want y'all to listen to it either. Y'all are great. Y'all are kings. Y'all are queens. Y'all are leaders. I just got so excited because this is truly a dream come true for me. And I'm happy to say this is our third school we have opened. It's official. When we come together as a people, nothing can stop us. What I want to do with my freedom is, make sure that I can make change.
And I found out that Mr. Sean Diddy Combs posted me on Instagram.
We met Sean Diddy Combs for the first time, and Sean gave Trey a $25,000 grant, which allowed us to open a physical store.
Revolt as one of the only.
Okay, I'm back. What's going on, love queen? Yes, sis. I'm so glad you're here. Pufferfish was high on every video. Isn't this video insane to show this type of video when you are facing a grip of time for horrible things, and things you didn't get convicted of or that you got found not guilty of were heinous, horrible things. And just because the jury made that decision, we all know was the real deal. And the fact that you want to show a video basically hyping you up and making you look like, you was the president. Like, I think it's just in poor taste, to be honest. It's very tacky. Like, I don't know who thought this was a good idea. I just think it's actually a bad idea to have shown this. And I think it's going to backfire, to be honest. I think this might piss the judge off even more, to be honest.
Only Black-owned networks. We have to own something. We have to have something that's ours. We have to have something that we can control our narrative, and we could speak about things that are important to us, and we could have a platform and a foundation to be free. But I want to get advice from y'all. I want to not just have a one-way conversation.
We need a platform where they can put artists that are different, really different, that we can get a shot on other stations.
Working for Revolt TV and working for Diddy was absolutely life-changing. It was the best job I've ever had. I learned excellence through him.
I don't see enough of things truly changing. And I don't understand how we are the richest, most powerful country in the world, and it seems like we can't solve the problems within our own communities. African American communities are last. And the only people that are going to change that is us. We have to stand strong together, and we have to get to that change. You will change the world.
And it's funny that they show this because I believe this is Howard University, and they gave him an honorary degree or whatever. I believe they took it back because his dowry, what is it called? The pledge that he made, I think it was however many millions or however much, he never paid it. He had never even paid that money. He pledged it. And I think in light of like the fact that, the charges, they revoked. I think they revoked this. So they're showing this though. I don't know. This just seems irresponsible to me for them to have done this. If anything, and what the prosecution should do following this is play his apology video to Cassie. That's what they need to do.
I've been to hell,
Yeah,
but I'm gonna make it.
you want to make it. That's right.
Is this the same lady that R. Kelly sang happy birthday to or something? She reminds me of that lady.
And I got something for you. Remember I told you I had a present for you?
Yeah. Ain't that pretty?
This is a heart, because you my heart.
Oh.
All right?
Okay.
You my heart.
Okay.
May God bless you and keep you happy and keep you thinking positive. Everything's not going to be perfect at this time in life. And you good. You're a good person that understands reality. So we're gonna accentuate the positives in life. Because you're doing great, girl. You're doing great.
God knows.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, brother. I dropped a link for Love Queen in case you want to come up. But if anybody else wants to come up, feel free to click the link. I'm happy to have you because this show might be long. This little show, it might go on all day.
You're doing great. I want you to be happy about your life. You're doing great. We got a lot of living to do, man. We got a lot of living to do. Don't have me come behind me. I'll be taking you everywhere. You be going everywhere.
Hang out together.
Okay, what's your name?
You were a little boy. Jeannie Ned.
Okay, Jeannie.
Yeah, you just keep hanging in there.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm telling you right now, you did a great job. I'm wrapping my head around and meeting you and also telling you you did a great job at the same time.
That means
so
a lot.
Pleasure to meet
that
you.
Means a lot.
So I'd rather at the end of the day be the one standing there with you was the best person. You made us feel the best as a person. How old are you?
2.
How old are you? 2. You got a 2. That's 2.
My name is Pookie the Bird. Pookie.
Happy birthday. Oh, shit. We're going to be shucking it up. Yeah, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Thank you, God.
Today, God is the greatest. He blessed me and my girlfriend Kim in the world with 2 beautiful baby girls.
She sleep.
We have breaking news to tell you about now. Model and actress Kim Porter, who shares 3 children with Sean Diddy Combs, has been found dead.
She just loved me unconditionally, you know. She just loved me just for me. It's like the closest you could be like with a person.
I get to thinking about her, and I go to crying about her.
Today, now I'm a full-time dad, and I'm going to be there for you through everything, all of y'all. Every Sunday, I got to slow everything down and do the family ritual, get the family together, make sure the girls watching church.
There is a definition of grace that is more.
Pops, I love you. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for inspiring. I've looked up to you and admired you outside of you just being my father, just you being just a great human being, a kind human being. I love how you inspire me to keep going, to never stop following my dreams, to always believe in myself.
See your foot, put in that middle part.
Yeah, I did. I wanted to tell you how much I love you, how much I care for you. Thank you for being so supportive of me and my siblings' dreams, for always encouraging us to go for whatever we want. We love you. We can't wait to make more memories with you. Just want to thank you for everything you do for us. Yes. And that you're loved more than you think.
had to pick which trophy I want. I want the best person trophy. But I know in order for me to get into heaven, I'm not going to get in there, well, come on in heaven, you had 20 hit records. That don't mean nothing. And that's what this world is for. They're going to say, oh, come on in heaven, you was a nice person.
I love you.
I love you so much.
I love you so much.
Love you so much.
Hi, Daddy.
Well, you
break out your tissue. I guess that's what they thought was gonna happen. Yeah. What y'all think of that video? Y'all know what I think. Hey, Queen Keish. Sentencing day and happy Friday. Queen said, we don't care because he don't care about other people's daughters. Also, he had the kids most of his life. He was terrorizing others. That's what I was thinking, the same thing. As I'm watching this, I'm thinking, you were doting over your kids when you were, this is what they're showing us publicly, because I'm pretty sure he wasn't like this all the time. But those are your kids. And, of course, every monster has a fan somewhere, has a family, has, like, somebody brought up Charles Manson. Charles Manson got followers and people defending him, and he had a whole cult behind him, the horrible things he was doing. So, the fact that people are, even his family, of course, that's what they're expected to do, defend him. But the strangers who defend him is what kills me. Like, really, you don't know this man. You want to protect the Black man, but what about the Black people he hurt? What about the women and the children? And what about the amount of time he's been terrorizing people and using his fame and influence and resources to do so? And I think people with that type of clout, the type of influence that can make or break a person as far as their career, their lifestyle, when they get caught doing things to hurt people, they should have higher enhancements than the norm, because you are able to use your money and everything that comes with it to sweep things under the rug, to buy the police, to keep people from testifying and telling on you and all that stuff. He needs to be treated, I would say, even more harshly because of what he had the potential to do to people and what he has done to people. Like, we really aren't here talking about things that he's faced that we have strong beliefs that he's done. We always talk about Kim Porter, Tupac trials coming up, I think in a few months. Well, yeah, I think next year, like the top of next year, November, December, January, I think like 3 months from now. And Diddy's name is all up in that trial. Diddy's name is all in the paperwork. Okay. They're going to be talking about him in the court. And I'm hoping he's locked up when this is happening. And then maybe he can get served other indictments while he's already locked up. And then they'll just compound his sentence with whatever else he gets charged with. Let's see. Faye said, give him the maximum sentence, Judge. I agree with that. Queen said he only treated his children well. Everyone else he did not, including the children of mothers. The children's mothers. Yeah. R.I.P. Kim. That is true. And it's funny. Remember when Misa showed up, Justin's mom, the first day of trial, and she had a walker? She ain't been back since, huh? I don't think we've seen her since. Love Queen said, we don't know what heaven, what in the hell probably Pufferfish is talking about. Queen said, even R. Kelly didn't have a video trying to get sympathy. R. Kelly didn't have I don't think he even had the he didn't have the energy to even do that. He had already been locked up for a couple of years at that point. His lawyer, he didn't have lawyers. He didn't have any lawyers. He had a bunch of trash people representing him. So yeah, I think Diddy's team is more put together, and but I still think it's a bad move. I don't think the video was helpful at all. Love Queen. Exactly. What about the hurt he's done? Mm-hmm. Queen is getting annoying. Hurry up and give him the 7 years like the judge stated. He is violent and not remorseful. Exactly. Faye said, yeah, give him 7 years at the least. Queen said, I heard his lawyer was crying, trying to get sympathy. Yeah, Westmoreland, the black lady, she was boo-hooing up there. So unprofessional, in my opinion. He said the man not getting life. Exactly. He ain't getting life. I feel like it's a few indictments coming. I agree. I think he's not done, or they're not done with him, shall I say. They ain't done with this man. The next thing I want to do while we're still waiting, they're about to be coming back from their break in a minute, but we got to give it a few minutes so we can, have some stuff to chew on. 50 Cent. Let's talk about 50 Cent. Now, I had to really catch myself because I really believed that this man wrote a letter to the judge. Okay, let's look at what 50 Cent. I had in my saved video, my saved post. Hold on. Here we go. 50 Cent pens letter to judge in Diddy's case, claims he has fear for his life during their 20-year feud and urges court to consider public safety. It says, Dear Judge Subramanian, I have had an ongoing dispute with Puffy for over 20 years. He is very dangerous. Multiple times I have feared for my life. I think you should consider the safety of the general public, Your Honor, before unleashing him upon them. There hasn't been enough time for him to reform or make any adjustments, despite his trying to teach a class in there. As you already are aware, the government has spent the maximum amount of money on deploying federal agencies, which has appeared to be an army in 2 locations simultaneously. Later, his son, who's dealing with his own R-word allegations, claimed that the feds had hit the wrong house. Anyway, Diddy's only going to return to hiring more male sex workers and keeping most of the baby oil away from the general public. And babies need it. My Netflix doc on this scandalous subject is coming soon. I went into Pacer looking for this letter and it wasn't there. I couldn't find it. So I think, obviously he's trolling. 50, I hope the doc comes out. I really does. And I hope it's one that shows us footage that we haven't seen before. He's joking, Queen said. Queen, can the state charge him while he's in prison? Yeah, I believe so. I don't think prison stops you from getting charged with anything, to be honest. Lil Rod's lawsuit's coming up. Yeah, it sure is. I talked about that last night. They're moving forward with the lawsuit, even though Justin Cuba Gooding Jr. and Young Miami's cousin, none of them could get served because they were also named in the suit. The suit is still moving forward. All right. I also read last night a message from Tony Busby about how he has filed more suits and that he has been whooping butt on the civil side of things with Diddy's civil team. So this stuff is not going away. And they said 3 weeks after his sentencing, one of those cases, I think it's Little Rod, the discovery is going to start in that case. So let me see if they're back in court. I don't see anything yet. Oh, it's not time yet. It's just about time in a few minutes. Let me see some of these comments. The issue of the acquitted conduct ban is an example of the reasons why lawyers use caveats and qualifiers when speaking. There is no complete ban on using acquitted conduct as sentencing. When Congress was passing the law, legislators spoke as if they were enacting a complete ban. However, the actual law, and what is contained in USSG show that acquitted conduct may not be considered in calculating sentencing range under the guidelines. Also, if the acquitted conduct was used wholly or partially to establish a crime of conviction, it can be used in both calculating the sentencing range and for other purposes set forth in Section 3553A. The moral of the story, they say, is the language of our law should reflect what the lawmakers actually intended. In this case, given the language of the ban, the caveats are very important, and they drastically reduce the impact of the ban. Congress probably did not intend for Section 3553A to essentially neuter their highly touted acquitted conduct ban. So basically, yeah, the defense was trying to say, he was acquitted of RICO, so you can't use the charges of the RICO and the testimony and everything that happened in court behind the RICO for his sentencing, because he didn't get found guilty on that. But the judge clarified that actually is not the case, and that he can consider the RICO stuff or the acquitted charges in the sentencing. He certainly can. Let's see. Somebody said, I watched the video and its compilation of images showing Diddy being human. However, let's not forget that psychopaths and some sociopaths have a unique ability to mimic certain personality traits. Diddy was always about image, as all narcissists. He wore many masks. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Somebody said there is still a huge lack of remorse. Let's see. Somebody said video shows me he lived a double life. Yes, that's the perfect way to say this. He lived a double life. One that shows him as a caring man and a family man, but then there's a dark side of him who inflicted a lot of pain on women and men, not just women and children, that he takes no responsibility for. Also, no women in the videos, just men. Yeah. Oh, no women in the videos. I didn't even notice that. He said they're saying no women were in that compilation video they just played in the court. Only men. That's interesting. Except for the older lady that he was love bombing. Somebody said, I wish his kids had a real life. They have grown up with a man they trusted. He betrayed them. Money will not solve the damage he passed on to them. Yeah, it's true that, they're really young. Well, at least the girls. The girls are still really young. I mean, the guys are in their 30s or approaching 30. I think Christian's approaching. But they should, it would have been nice if they would have been able to carve out their own life separate from Diddy. How about, I think Justin tried. He was going to UCLA and playing football, and I think he was studying business. But I think it was because Diddy promised him that he was going to have him take over the company. So it wasn't necessarily apart from Diddy. You back? I didn't know you left. Don't be leaving. I sent the link. I put the link in for you, Love Queen, in case you want to come up. Okay. Now I'm just refreshing the screen to see if they are back in court. But I don't even know if it's going to show up right here. Let's see. Somebody's still talking about free Diddy. Okay. Nothing yet. Somebody said never seen a sentencing take so long. All the sentencings take a long time. The judge revisits the case. People speak from both sides. They even showed a video, like a 10, 11-minute video. Somebody said, I don't like the fact that it's mostly males. Defense should have prioritized females to speak. That would give him a toehold. Somebody said, just finished watching the video. Inspiring, motivational, and sad. R.I.P. Kim. Okay, what we have next? Dr. Johnson? Who that? The video was bullshit. Inspired, please. Let me see what somebody said to him. I watched the video as well. It was a tearjerker. Please, especially the part with him crying about Kim. He must be the same interview Cassie got really jealous over. Are you dumb? Oh, God. Somebody said, and he replied, yeah, I remember that. Cassie being jealous over her being his soulmate. And him saying that during her funeral, what did she expect? Up until that point, no matter what woman he dealt with, he only wanted Kim having his kids. Even when he was dealing with other women, he saw the mother in her. You know what? This is disgusting. This is disgusting. I need to say something to these people. What am I going to say? I'm going to say, this is disgusting. This is disgusting. Leave Kim name out of Diddy's. What? Leave Kim's name out of Diddy's garbage situation. Help me write this. Leave Kim name out of it. I'm just going to say it. Diddy should never speak on her after what he did to her throughout the years and finally at her end. Anybody rooting for or defending him needs serious psychological help. This is what I do, y'all. Bye. And typically I'll just go ahead and block them right then because I don't want to hear what they have to say, but I won't. Okay. Come on, y'all. When is the score getting back? Oh, somebody shared Reverend Gary Johnson's letter, who is coming up next. We don't need to read his letter if he's going to come up and speak. So what's up, y'all? What's up for the weekend? Hopefully Diddy will be in prison and still in jail on the weekend. All right, let me see if there's anything else on Instagram. What? Yeah, the fact that he has engagements booked for next week, and I get it. I mean, it's a just in case. If he gets out, he's going to be on a press tour. We know that. I'm gonna tell you this: if he was smart, and that's even to me, that even shows more the fact that he hasn't changed. If he changed, he wouldn't want to be talking to nobody. He would just want to stay home with his family and be low key, right? But no, he can't. He can't be out of the light like the narcissist in him. Everybody look at me. And then what it's going to look like is that he beat the case And he's going to have even more of a reason to go around and say he wants to do this and I want to help people and I want to change. And I can't with this. Okay, I'm still trying to refresh this to see if they're back. Maybe he has a new thread. Okay, I'm gonna open another X page. What are y'all doing? Y'all are quiet. I know, GT, you said you're renovating. Yeah, I just redid a bathroom and it took a couple days. It's nice though. Let's see. Inner City Press. Okay, he just posted this like 19 minutes ago. Let's see what he's. This is Matthew Lee, the guy we're following on Twitter.
Government enhancements, but still it arrived at a hefty. Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press. We're midway through, one hopes, the sentencing of Sean Diddy Combs. Today, Friday, October 3rd, Southern District Court, New York Courthouse behind me. This was a walk that we used to take during the trial, but we'll do it today. We'll be resuming. What's happened this morning? Well, the judge dealt with the sentencing guidelines. He turned down a number of government enhancements, but still it arrived at a hefty guideline. But he also said it's just advisory. Government wants 11 years. Diddy wants time served. What happened after that? Well, Christy Slavic laid it on. She said this is not a typical Mann Act case. And I think most explosively, she said Diddy has already set up speaking engagements in Miami for next week and called it hubris. She also said that Mia, the victim who testified at trial, the person who testified at trial as Mia, would not testify, due in large part to a letter that from the defense that she called bullying. And the judge seemed to agree. He said it was inappropriate, don't do it again. But it's unclear when it could happen again, given that this is the sentencing. In any event, unless there's a re-sentencing, of course. Then we had, in no particular order, there's going to be a reverend doctor, and maybe a reentry person testifying. But Nicole Westmoreland spoke about Diddy as an icon. She seemed to cry a couple of times or sob. I just ran into somebody who said he didn't believe it. I don't know. She's a fine lawyer. She did some great cross-examining. I don't know if that was necessary. I don't know if maybe she couldn't help it. I don't know. The kids spoke, and there were some tears. It seemed genuine. Not for me to say. Driscoll spoke. Alexander Shapiro's partner, one of her partners, Driscoll, spoke about comparing it to various cases, including that of Dylan Jordan. We covered that case. He was a movie director charged with running a prostitution ring and also raping somebody. He got 60 months, but that was the maximum he could get given the plea agreement. So I don't know. We did something on the side. We did a little extra about Dylan Jordan. Driscoll said he's read all 900 Mann Act cases that are available in PACER. Some people were like, whoa, hats off to Driscoll. Hats off to Driscoll. Coming up in the afternoon, Brian Steele, Xavier Donaldson, Combs himself. And then it could happen. It could happen today. There was some talk of it going into Monday. It's going to be close, but I can't see how 3 speakers. Well, it depends how the Reverend Doctor. The reentry guy, I don't know if it's necessary. It'd really be up to Judge Sarbarini if he wants to get it done today. And of course, the sentence itself is totally up to Judge Subramanian. We're halfway through, and we're live tweeting. And this now is the scene. I'll show it from afar because it's going to be, getting through it is going to be something else. We've got cameras on one side of the street. We've got a crowd in front of the building. We've got a CBS car here. But we'll end it right here. We're heading back in. Inner City Press. We continue.
And they are back in court, but they're just getting started. So I'm going to show some other stuff. We're going to go over to TikTok. These are the lines that are outside this morning.
I got breaking news, guys. It may have not been the news that you wanted to hear, but I have insider information that.
How is he going to say Diddy has been sentenced to 14 months and will be released in December? The judge is the only one who knows what the sentence is going to be. He's the one who determines the sentence. How do you know? He said he got inside information. 14 months.
That Puffy has been sentenced to 14 months and he will be released in December. Breaking news, Diddy has received 14 months on his sentence and he will be released in December. He's already done 12 months. So Diddy will be free before Christmas time to spend time with his family. His ex Gina showed up. They allowed his pastor to speak. They allowed his children to speak. And of course, you have the statements read out from the victims too as well. But Judge, I think it's pronounced Subramanian, however you pronounced it, has officially announced that Diddy is going to receive 14 months on his sentence. That means 2 months from today, Mr. Sean Combs will be released. The prosecutor was shooting for 11 years, but the diddler only has 2 more months. Breaking news.
Y'all believe that? How does this guy, whoever he is, have inside information on what the judge has decided? Love Queen said, why would Pufferfish set up meetings knowing he's not getting speaking meetings when he knows he's not getting out? Because he thinks he's getting out. He fought to wear street clothes to the court because he feels like he's about to just walk out those doors. And they did give him, the judge did allow him to wear the street clothes. But I don't think the judge cares enough. You know, he's like, oh, he can change back into the jumpsuit. I don't care. Shamina says she's at work. Make that money. You can't come live because your surroundings are too much. Okay. And UT is renovating. Oh, good. Okay, let's who else we got?
We're outside criminal court in Manhattan where Sean Combs is set to learn his fate in just 2 hours. There's about, I would say, 75 to 100 members of the media staked outside, some who have been here since last night. Mr. Combs himself submitted a 4-page letter to the judge last night pleading for leniency. A Department of Probation officials have recommended a sentence of about 6 years. Mr. Combs, back in July, had been convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. He faces up to 20 years. However, he should be receiving somewhere in the ballpark about 4 to 6 years. That's what I'm told by sources yesterday. Remains to be seen if the judge is going to give Mr. Combs the leniency that he seeks.
All these sources with all this information.
It is almost sentencing time, and Diddy was in tears as his children got up to testify on his behalf.
She said Diddy was in tears when his kids testified or got up to speak. I don't know if you guys can hear her. Her volume is kind of low.
Defense attorney Nicole Westmoreland took time in court to talk about all the positive changes Sean has had, how he has inspired and helped so many at MDC, which is the correctional facility where he's being held. She said that Sean has used his success to help others, speaking about how he started his own record label and that there are not many Black owners, but he did it anyway and has lifted others with him. He talked about how he's helped the community and schools that he's opened. His son, Quincy Brown, says he is transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again. As his children, we wish to heal together.
We already know what everybody said, so.
Hi, I'm Aisha Bagchi, USA Today's Justice Department correspondent. I'm walking to the Manhattan Federal Courthouse today for Sean Diddy Combs' sentencing. It's a day that involves a lot of uncertainty because the two sides in this case are really asking for very different outcomes. Sean Combs' lawyers have said he should be sentenced to no more than 14 months.
And that's what the guy claims that the judge is going to give, exactly what the defense is asking for. And I doubt that very seriously.
All right. And so we're watching everything that's happening with Diddy, and it's not looking like he's going to walk out of there today. Now, I was telling you that it appears the judge is upset that Diddy has some tentative bookings across Miami, starting as early as next week. And these bookings are basically him. He did this curriculum, Free Game with Diddy, while he was incarcerated. And so he would be stopping at different places to kind of like talk to, different people about that. So it's not like appearances like for fun.
So she's saying the appearances that he's booking has to do with his Free Game with Diddy class. So it sounds like he wants to take this class on the road. And now he's going to be this mentor hero guy. Angela Yee's volume is extremely low. I know she can do better than that, but.
The judge just laid out how he's approached Diddy's hearing before prosecutors even started. So let's break it down. First, what factors are on the table? The judge indicated that he can consider acquitted conduct along with the trial records and submissions. Second, the numbers. The judge said that the advisory guidelines put Combs at 70 to 87 months, and he doesn't see a basis to depart from that range. Third, who counts as a victim? The defense pushed back on calling Cassie, Jane, and paid male workers victims in the pre-sentence report. The judge overruled those objections, saying that evidence at trial and in the report established that they were in fact victims. Fourth, remorse versus responsibility. The defense argued that Combs deserved credit for acceptance of responsibility. The court flagged that Combs has continued to challenge his factual guilt on the convicted counts, while acknowledging that he has shown remorse in other ways. So where does this leave us? Prosecutors are still asking for at least 135 months, and the defense is asking for 14 months with credit for time served. And the judge signaled that he'll stay within the 70 to 87 month advisory time windows. Sentencing is fully underway right now, so make sure to come back for updates and let me know if you have any comments or questions down below. The judge just laid out how he's approaching Diddy's hearing before prosecutors even started. So let's break it down. First, what factors are on the table? The judge indicated that he can consider acquitted conduct along with the trial records and submissions. Second,
this girl, I forgot I was on live, child. People are clout chasing. Okay, let's see what's going on in court. It's 2:11 p.m. They're back. The judge says, Mr. Steele says, I'm honored to practice in this majestic courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we're here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive manner. Really? The jury has spoken, he says. We have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. Sean's father was killed when he was 3. He was raised in Harlem in the 1970s. It was different. His mother had 3 jobs, moved them to Mount Vernon. He goes to Howard, but he has another idea. He goes to work at a record company. He's in the studio with artists. His ear is better than anyone's. He works harder than anyone else. More trauma. His best friend is shot in LA in a drive-by shooting. Is he talking about Biggie? Sean is upset. He is trying to break down barriers. He has an operation and he gets addicted to painkillers he's given. He has been high from then until 2024. You heard it at trial. He was medicated because his body was hurt, his emotions too. On occasion, he would hit the wrong, I'm sorry, on occasion, he would hit the woman he loved. He loved Miss Ventura, and I have been with Sean more than my family since I met him. He has taken responsibility. He would have pled guilty to the Mann Act, but they wouldn't offer that. Really? So on occasion, he would hit the woman he loved. So he just, on occasion, he would hit the woman he loved. The video that we saw in that hotel was not just hitting a woman. And on top of that, she wasn't the only one. If Kim was alive, because we all know the story of how he hit Kim, he beat Kim. I think he broke her nose, but she stabbed him with a cork on his wrist. She could have hit an artery that could have killed him, which, you know. But he still has the scar to this day. Still continues, I have been there when Sean has prayed for healing for anyone he has hurt, I guess it's supposed to be. It is now 12 months and 17 days in MDC. There are certain people who gain prestige if they hurt him. The guard stopped a man with a shank. He eats out of bags. Chips. Oh, he eats chips, so we got to let him out, y'all. He's forced to eat chips out of bags. Now, with regard to, there are certain people who gain prestige to hurt him, and the guard stopped a man with a shank. What happened to all this peace, love, and unity, and all this love that's going around? And how is somebody going to get to him unless they're in the dorm with him? So that means that somebody's lying. Somebody's lying. He said he lives with 25 people in one room. There's a TV area, a supposed bed. There are drugs there. He has not taken drugs. There's violence. The water is polluted. You have to boil it. There are screams day and night. So how do you know he hasn't taken? I mean, first of all, you know he's been taking drugs. Diddy probably helping him get the drugs in there. You telling me this Diddy's been addicted for 24 years. He hasn't had any rehabilitation, no treatment. But all of a sudden, he's sober. How? How? If he's addicted? Because it's an illness, right? This is crazy. Let's see. Somebody said, sounds like jail to me. If he didn't do the heinous crimes, he wouldn't be there. Exactly. Okay, I'm just refreshing the page. This is why I don't like to be so close to the action. I wonder if that other lady's covering this as well. What was her name? Let me check. It was Diddy. Diddy docket, Diddy trial watch. I cannot find that page. Oh, I know how to find it. Hold on. She changed her name. Okay, I found her. Let's see. We'll be posting a recap of today's Diddy trial. Got logged out several times while I was actively tweeting. I really don't understand why this keeps happening. So she was tweeting, but she's not tweeting anymore. I'll have to come back here later to see her recap, but I love her tweets too. She had everything numbered and everything was looking good. But let me see if there's an update with Inner City Press. No update yet. Okay. I'm looking for updates on TikTok as well. Okay, we're still waiting. About the chips thing, somebody said, breaking, Sean Diddy Combs has to eat chips out of bags. Oh, the humanity. That was a weird thing to say. He's eating out of bags, chips. GT, I hear you calling me. I'm like, yeah, baby, I'm here. Okay. Cool Love Queen said pufferfish higher now than he's ever been. He probably ain't never had the drugs he's getting in that jail. Shamina said he said the same thing about Young Thug. Who did? He said the same thing about Young Thug. Who said the same thing about Young Thug? Exact same wording too. Come on, Inner City. I don't have the patience for this. I do not have it. Let me see what else I can find that we can talk about. Oh, I wanted to read the bullying letter that the defense submitted with regard to Mia testifying. What happened to my... Let's see. Okay, here we go. So this is the letter that Mark Agnifilo wrote to the judge with regard to Mia speaking at the sentencing hearing today. And as we heard earlier, the prosecution let everybody know that she changed her mind because of this letter, because of what the defense had to say and what she called bullying of her. Dear Judge Subramanian, we write in opposition to the government's September 30th, 2025 letter motion requesting that a person with the false name Mia speak at Mr. Combs' sentencing for charges of which she is not a statutory victim. Over defense objection, Mia was permitted to come into a courtroom, assume a fake identity, complete with a made-up voice and demeanor, and lie about a defendant in a criminal case, all behind the shroud of anonymity. She lied that she had sexual contact with Sean Combs without her consent. She lied that she was a victim. Virtually everything that came out of her mouth was a lie. One of the great vestiges of the Enlightenment that once held sway over parts of Europe is trial by jury. And a jury of 12 people had little difficulty concluding that this person with the false identity, voice, and demeanor was lying. And it acquitted Sean Combs of anything and everything related to her testimony. But she apparently is not done. Now that the jury is gone and her lies will not be tested by cross-examination or evaluated by a fact finder, she wants to return to court, still beneath the shroud of anonymity, to lie again. Simply, she is not a victim of anything. She had adult consensual sexual contact with Sean Combs on a handful of occasions, and as her many writings show, held him in the highest regard for years afterward. How do we know this? The same way the jury knew, because her testimony was blatantly incredible in every way, as was the testimony of so many of the government witnesses. Moreover, that she is so eager to return to court when she plainly does not have to and is not even entitled to, put her proffered fear of testifying at trial into clear relief. This is a show for her. She got to lie. She got to testify with a false identity. She got to try out her fake voice for a jury of savvy New Yorkers. But she also saw the consequences of lying to a jury. They don't believe you. So now the jurors have returned to their lives and she can testify without scrutiny. She wants to come back, still under a fake name, still with the false narrative to further sully these proceedings. Thank you for your consideration. You know, if I was her after reading this, it would have made me want to talk more, even more. I would have wanted to get up there and speak, especially being that I'm not going to get cross-examined or nothing extra is going to happen. I don't care what they think or why I'm doing it. If I'm doing it truly for the reasons that I say, which is to basically let the world know what this man did to me, and even more so because the jury didn't believe me, I'm going to come up again and restate the accusations that I have against him. Like, screw that man. Okay, let me see if we have any more testimony. Transcript. Okay, still said 1 minute ago. Some in the media, not all, who have written that Sean is an outcast, a leper. That is not true. He has done things I would only dream of doing. There's a man released to his home, Charles Scruggs. He can speak. He is by the phone now. What? Charles Scruggs is at his home and he wants to talk on the phone. He continued, October 6th is not a speaking engagement. It is that people realize he is different. He can speak about drugs and about putting your hands on a woman. He can change people's lives. It's not a speaking engagement, it's a healing. Get the boy, this trial has done a number on me. I'll tell you that. Okay, so while we're waiting for that to update, let me see what else I can share over here on Pacer. Capricorn Clark had 2 pages. Let's see what she had to say. Dear Judge, I testified in your courtroom in this case on May 2025. As you heard, I worked for Puff from 2004 to 2012, and during that time, I got to know him very well. Since Puff fired me in 2012, he had me blacklisted from the industry, and I have had to take on multiple jobs to garner anything near my worth. Today, I'm a single mother to a nonverbal autistic little boy living in Los Angeles. This ordeal has taken 14 years of my life. My career trajectory halted at 33 years old. What I lived through working for Puff, and in particular, the events of December 2011, altered the course of my life and have haunted me for years. I feel that I paid with my life for the events that transpired that fateful day when we had to relive in federal court. I never wanted this. For many years, I could not tell my story and live in fear of Puff and fear of how I would feed my son. About a year and a half ago, HSI case agents found me and asked me what happened. Those agents changed my life. And I would like to say that the Southern District of New York is the epitome of prestige and professionalism. I was handled with the ultimate care. But testifying publicly in front of Puff and his supporters was one of the hardest moments of my life. Every last word you heard from me was the truth. Yet I felt, and to be honest, still feel like I had to fight to prove that I'm a victim, because the purpose of kidnapping me wasn't for sex trafficking. What it was for something more serious, more sinister and grave: violence and absolute power, unchecked in the ultra rich and famous. It's insane to me that all of the things that people heard, 2 counts of prostitution of men, is the only thing that remains on the table. I wanted to speak up, to tell the truth, and to do the right thing when I was asked to testify. But I'm afraid that women and girls in America feel less protected than ever watching what just happened. The lesson seemed to be that we should not speak up, not call law enforcement for help, and not say anything, but instead keep our head down and try to make a way, regardless of what happens to us. I'm afraid this may be the only realistic way to proceed in a modern world. The last ray of light is that you provide justice to us. You have a chance to finally help him know that he cannot do what he wants to people. There are repercussions and consequences. He cannot just destroy other people's lives. Karma will come back in 100-fold ways. I would like Sean Combs to serve additional time in a correctional institution. I truly believe that serving more time will save Puff's life, as time away from his money, drugs, and power is the only punishment he will recognize. I hope Puff has life on the other side of this time, to make good on the changes he knows he has to make, to spend time with his family and get a chance to correct the damage he has so recklessly done to so many people who only meant well by him. Thank you, and your honor, for your time and consideration and for hearing us finally. God bless. Capricorn Clark. Yeah, like I said last night, the fact that the jury dismissed the testimony with regard to her, the whole situation with Kid Cudi, Cassie's mother, the extortion, the bribery at the hotel, I can't, it's just crazy to me that the judge did not step in when there was clearly something going on with that jury during the trial. Okay, I'm still waiting on an update. So, Let me switch over here real quick. Let's see what Deontay Nash had to say. Dear Just Supermanian, thank you for the opportunity to share these thoughts. I write with great respect for the court and the difficult decisions it must weigh. Mr. Combs' attempt to secure release before his scheduled sentencing hearing demonstrates a troubling lack of accountability and a continued pattern of manipulation. The charges he was convicted of, including violations of the Mann Act, are not minor. They reflect serious, deeply disturbing conduct involving the coercion and transportation of individuals for illegal sexual activity. The thought that Mr. Combs does not believe he deserves jail time is both disturbing and frightening. It underscores the depth of his lack of accountability and the danger he poses. Someone who refuses to acknowledge the harm they have caused, who believes they are above the law, and demonstrates the same pattern of manipulation and abuse that has impacted so many lives. The fact that Mr. Combs believes that because he harmed people he claimed to love or call friends, he somehow deserves leniency is outrageous. That sense of entitlement makes his actions even more sickening. Yet Mr. Combs continues to treat this process as negotiable, as though he is merely managing a legal inconvenience rather than confronting the consequences of federal crimes. His efforts to preempt the court's process show not only a lack of respect for the justice system, but also a refusal to acknowledge the severity of his actions. At one point, there was public indication that Mr. Combs intended to seek professional or mental health treatment. Whether that occurred remains unclear. What is clear, however, is that there has been no visible movement toward accountability. Rather than allow the legal process to proceed in good faith, he has focused on tactical maneuvers meant to bypass scrutiny and maintain control, soliciting letters of support, crafting PR statements, and attempting to manipulate public sentiment. Exactly. This plan to escape accountability has been in motion from the very start. His violence has not been limited to private encounters. From orchestrated freak-offs to assault on staff and strangers, his behavior has left a long trail of victims, many of whom still live in fear. Some of the worst abuse was inflicted on people he claimed to love. This is not the story of one or two isolated incidents. This is the story of hundreds, possibly thousands of people whose lives have been scarred by his unchecked power and brutality. Mr. Combs also refrained from comparing his crimes to those of others. His conduct stands on its own and has set a new legal, cultural precedent. This is not about relative wrongdoing. It's about individual accountability for a decades-long pattern of abuse. There are many reasons why Mr. Combs should serve an appropriate sentence. And he then has bullet points: psychological impact on victims. His release would re-traumatize survivors, many of whom remain in hiding for their safety. The court has a duty to uphold justice and protect those speaking out. Influence over potential co-conspirators. Release would allow him to coordinate with uncharged associates and retaliate or construct false narratives. No remorse or accountability. To date, he has shown no genuine remorse or only carefully crafted statements issued under legal pressure. This lack of accountability should weigh heavily against any request for release. And then lastly, public safety concerns. The allegations include violent physical abuse, death threats, and intimidation. His release would endanger survivors and the public at large. Okay, I need to do a quick blow of the nose. Okay, 1 second, because Mr. Nash, yeah, he is coming through, child. Hey, Ray Ray. Ray Ray all day. Happy Friday. Yes, and happy sentencing day. Okay, give me 1 sec. Thank you for your patience. Anybody just popping in? Yeah, we're just hanging out at the sentencing hearing. We're in court. Waiting to hear what the judge hands down to Diddy. We've, this is a full circle moment. We've been here from the beginning and anticipating what the outcome of this trial is going to be. So now I'm reading Deontay Nash's letter to the judge prior to sentencing. He's making a lot of sense. And let's continue with seeing what he has to say. Beyond legal concerns, I want the court to understand the very real lived impact on Mr. Combs' abuse. This man harassed everyone around us, including friends and business associates, so relentlessly that people no longer wanted to work with us or even spend time with us. We were ashamed to leave the house. The balcony he hung banner from, a place where that once offered peace, became a site of terror. The home he held me in against my will was my own. The keys and phone he stole were possessions I earned through years of hard work. He robbed me not only of safety, but of dignity. His reach was suffocating. He has caused lasting damage to the lives and careers of nearly everyone in his inner circle, past, present, and likely future. Some complied willingly, many more felt coerced. He taunted victims. Through songs, he contradicted the truth, creating false narratives that could never safely be challenged because of the fear he instilled. He pursued Cassie through her friends, despite both of us telling him she wanted no contact, and tried to manipulate situations by offering favors if I helped deliver her to him. He has openly declared to his victims that he does not respect or care about the legal system. If he does not respect the court should not extend him any leniency. I do this not just for myself, but for every mother, father, child, grandparent, sister, brother, boyfriend, husband, wife, friend, artist, intern, employee, and assistant who sacrificed for a man who not only abused them in return, who only abused them in return. I have watched people take trains, move across the country, leave their families, and dedicate themselves fully, only to be mistreated, exploited, and silenced. Some of these same people have even left the entertainment industry entirely because of his actions. This issue is not only about violence, but also secrecy. Many of us were abused precisely because Mr. Combs wanted us to hold his secrets to maintain his reputation. The truth is, Mr. Combs never respected those who worked closest with him. He rummaged through our lives while publicly pretending to suffer through hard times. He refuses to take responsibility, privately or publicly. The abuse was deliberate. The control was relentless. The damage is lasting. The same ailments Mr. Combs now claims as an excuse are the very ones he has carried with him throughout his years of touring, conducting business, and abusing those around him. They never stopped him from being violent, abusive, or intoxicated when left to his own devices. They should not serve as an excuse now. True change cannot exist without acknowledging the harm one has caused. Claiming to have changed while continuing to defend the very behavior that led to incarceration is not accountability. It is avoidance. Mr. Combs repeatedly shifts between denying responsibility, seeking sympathy, and reshaping the narrative to suit his immediate needs. Real transformation is consistent, honest, and uncomfortable. It does not depend on who is watching or what outcome is desired. Until he confronts his own actions as wrong and takes full responsibility, any claim of change is hollow. I do not expect him to be in jail forever, but I am praying for a sentence that allows the victims to heal and encourages Mr. Combs to genuinely change. For all of these reasons, I respectfully urge the court to deny his request for early release and to deny his 14-month suggestion. He has been fighting the truth for the past year, and this ongoing denial is causing additional harm to the mental well-being of the victims. Survivors deserve safety, the public deserves protection, and justice demands accountability. Judge, this is not a good man. Thank you so much for your time. Judge Aaron Subramanian, your consideration means a great deal to me and to the victims. Respectfully, Deontay Nash. Well written. I believe it. It sounds very genuine and sincere. I actually believe he wrote this himself, honestly. Let's see what y'all got going on over here. Yeah. Ray Ray said, life, honey. Just give him life. Just give him life. Okay, let's see where they're at. With this. Oops. Okay. Still is still talking. Okay, so remember he was telling the judge that speaking engagement in Miami that he has booked is not a speaking engagement. It's healing. It's a healing. He continues to say this was a voluntary sexual encounter consented to by adults. I agree with Ms. Shapiro. This is issue preclusion, double jeopardy, a due process violation. We asked Sean to be able to have a 14-month sentence. He has taken full accountability. He's not using drug addiction as a crutch. He is saying he wants to repair. He will never be a danger. He is a civil rights leader. He's a civil rights leader now. Oh my gosh. I can't. The thing about the drug addiction, so all of a sudden now he's sober, even though they're admitting there's drugs in jail. Take a drug test. They need to do that during the sentencing hearing. Give him a drug test. Somebody go to CVS and go get a drug panel. Go get the full panel drug test. And let's see what happens in the hearing. Let's see if he's lying or not. Let's see. I dare them to do that. If I was a judge, I would do that. If they kept saying how sober he is, I'm like, you know what? Just to, confirm what you're stating here, and to give me some peace of mind if I do release you today, let's submit a drug test. Yeah, let's do that. He's a civil rights leader. So he continues. We can now hear from the Reverend. Now the Reverend is up. This guy's, where's TD Jakes at? He was TD Jakes was his homeboy, his closest confidant. But we got this other past Reverend up here. He says, I'll be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. Oh my God. I close with this. As Michael Jordan said. Oh, so they didn't say everything he said, but there was a letter that he wrote. If we have some time I need to waste or whatever, and then I'll go find his letter. But not before I read Chef Jordan's letter. He said, as Michael Jordan said, these sneakers are just sneakers, but when my son put them on, he says, Sean needs an opportunity. What in the heck? And they put Jordan. Mike, they out here trying to use your quotes the wrong way. That's funny. Sean needs an opportunity. So what's after the Reverend? Can we get to the sentencing? They're probably going to have, the government is probably going to have some people come up, I'm thinking. Even though Mia's not coming on now. And that's the same mistake R. Kelly and them did. R. Kelly's lawyers got up to say, they compared him to Martin Luther King. I'm like, what is wrong with these people? You guys are living in a different universe, like an alternate universe. Somebody posted, everyone needs a second chance. If this was a handsome white man, would these Diddy haters be saying the same? Give me a break, Diddy haters. Let me see what people commented back to him. It's not about race, dumbass. Yes, we would. Diddy ugly regardless. He's absolutely not about race. Yes. Okay. All right. Well, they're digging around. So let me get to the next letter, which is going to be Chef Jordan. Now, she was discussed a lot during the trial. The victims brought her up a lot. She saw some things, they said, and she was slated to testify, but the government let us know kind of towards as we were nearing the end of the trial, that they were cutting their witnesses short. Personally, I feel like they made a mistake by cutting her, if that was what happened. I think she did say that is what happened. I'm not sure why they could have, why they couldn't have just squeezed her in, but let's read her letter. My name is Jordan Chaton Atkinson, and I was Sean Combs' personal chef from the summer of 2007 through the spring of 2010. Because I think the time frame does count. When did he and Diddy and Cassie start dating? 2007, right? Like she was in there when Cassie was there. So during my time, I can say that I was extremely overworked, underpaid, mentally abused, exploited, and at one point I was assaulted by Sean Combs. Not only was I exploited by SC, I was also exploited by his HR executive staff. Throughout my time there, they would constantly manipulate me into silence and staying in my position by saying they would get help to ensure I had days off. There was also a time which they told me to spearhead the creation of Ciroc flavors. I was the one who chose, sampled, and tweaked the flavors throughout their inception, for which I was never compensated for. This was the most toxic and abusive workplace environment I've ever been in my entire career. It has been extremely traumatizing to relive all of this. It was hard to live through the first time around in my mid-20s. Now in my mid-40s, a lot of things I was too young and naive to understand. But the reality of it all is that it's cemented in my mind now. I have spent the past year and a half in a constant fight, state or flight mode. Fight or flight is basically what she's saying. And I'm currently trying to heal and repair all the damage. There was also a time in which Sean Combs threatened my life to keep me silent about his abuse towards Cassandra Ventura Fine. I have a journal from this time that I never read until Cassie's case came out in November 2023. And it was like opening a Pandora's box, reading what my 20-year-old self endured. I was there to witness the start of Sean Combs and Cassie's relationship. This has been an extremely traumatizing time in my life, the past year and a half, having to unearth the past and relive it again. I never forgot what I experienced during my time there, but I for sure buried it in order to survive. I spent the past 18 years building my career in the high-profile sector, and this case has destroyed the life I worked so hard to create. When you become personal staff to high-profile people, you become part of a secret society. Discretion is the foundation. I didn't willingly participate in this case. What I recognize now, this is what happens with collective silence. My silence gave Sean Combs the space and time to grow into a more violent criminal. When I started working with Sean Combs, he and Cassandra were in the grooming phase. That is what it was in my eyes. She was 19, he was 36. There were lavish dinners, shopping sprees, etc., all in the guise of creating a new artist. Sean was working her down, like men with money do. I was there in Miami when their working relationship turned romantic. During that weekend, I saw Cassandra provide copious amounts of drugs, provided copious amounts of drugs. I encountered her extremely high out of her mind, and I offered her food to help bring her down. I witnessed Sean cursing his assistant, David James, out for not having condoms on the yacht. I remember thinking it was crazy and gross. Like, why was he so mad about condoms not being on the yacht? I remember thinking it was, it's never that serious. It stuck out in my mind because that's when I knew this was no longer a working relationship. They were both extremely high the whole weekend. And really thereafter, I saw Sean abuse prescription meds, weed, and ecstasy. Throughout those early months, it was heavy drug use. I saw him be extremely controlling. And I would say there was an obsessive nature about him. He would go on drug binges and wouldn't let any of us sleep, let alone get any breaks. He was working 17 to 21 hours a day, 7 days a week. I worked for almost 2.53 months. I worked for almost 5 to 3 months straight until I had my first day off. Hold on a sec. Let me blow my nose again, child. Okay. So he basically worked her to death, worked like a workhorse. He screamed and cursed at me when he saw me having casual conversation with Cassie. He said that I wasn't supposed to be talking to her if it wasn't about food. He also cursed me out when he saw me speaking to guests at one of his parties. He was watching me from across the room. Then he pulled me aside and said I wasn't supposed to be talking to his friends, that he didn't work all these years for me to come and steal his relationships. SC would cuss me out if I fed people without his permission. He made me feel like I had to look at the floor and not make eye contact with guests. I'd say like a pimp does to his women. During this time in November of 2007, while at the Miami estate, I witnessed Sean Combs get aggressive and borderline violent with the estate manager, Amanda. He was enraged by the fact that Amanda was allowing her house staff to eat. When SC questioned her about it, she lied and said she never told me to feed them. Amanda and I actually got into a disagreement about me feeding the staff because I told her I wasn't being paid to do that. I actually called HR to get clarity. They informed me that I was supposed to feed them. So one day, SC observed the groundskeepers making themselves a plate, even though I said they shouldn't because he hadn't even eaten yet himself. Of course, they're going to make their plates. He comes downstairs. Once he sees this, he immediately starts screaming and cursing about who told them they could eat. I stood there silent. What kind of man does that? A savage! Oh! I'm a savage! That type of man. Okay. Okay. I didn't want to get anyone in trouble, and I could tell he was furious. Ultimately, SC security told him that Amanda told me I was supposed to feed them. SC then called both Amanda and I into the kitchen. He started screaming and cursing at Amanda, saying, "Why is she lying? Why is she telling me to feed her staff?" Ultimately, as he's screaming, he gets up and he throws a water bottle across the room, saying, "I'm a motherfucking king, and you are lying to my motherfucking face right now, to my fucking face right now." Amanda was saying she told me to only provide leftovers to the staff. I told her to tell him the truth. Once he knew through the water bottle, I got up and called Dia in HR. I used a phone where he couldn't see me. I asked Dia what I should do because I thought he might hit Amanda. I was instructed to get security to separate them. which I did, all while leaving the phone down on a ledge so Dia could hear everything. Amanda resigned not long after that incident. I believe it fractured her working relationship. Their working relationship. Amanda and I never recovered. She blamed me for the incident. Soon after this trip, my hair started falling out and I was having anxiety attacks with heart palpitations. I asked HR if they could rush my benefit through because I needed to see a doctor. I was diagnosed with stress-induced alopecia and extreme anxiety attacks. I was prescribed Zoloft. Throughout this time, I was constantly calling the office, asking for help and begging for off days. When you work 17 to 21 hours a day, you never really rest because your body and mind are still racing when you lay down. And by that time, you have to get up for the next day. HR kept stringing me along saying they would help me so I could have off days. I was so young and I just wanted to prove I could do it. So I stayed, thinking at some point things would change, but they never did. In April 2008, at the Alpine in New Jersey estate, Sean Combs physically assaulted me. We got into a heated argument and I quit, which enraged him. He kept saying I couldn't fucking quit on him. And as I was walking out the house, he was following me, screaming, cursing, and berating me. Once the door was open, Sean Combs used all of his might to push me out the door. I went flying in the air and ended up on my elbows and butt. There were 2 steps to get me up into the house, so it was a pretty hard fall. I called the police, but hung up. I called HR and told them I was going to sue him. Ultimately, HR told me that I would be blacklisted and my career would be over if I sued him. They said that Sean had the power to blackball me, and would end my career when it just started. I chose my career and I stayed quiet. I left for a few months, but I was asked back to come back. I was assured it would never happen again, that SC would apologize and that they would find help so I could get off days. HR said they would look at budgets for a pay increase. At this time, I was only making $65K. I wasn't working after I left, so when they called, I went back. Sean apologized, but none of the other things happened. In 2008 or 9, and there's something blacked out here, Genevieve called the office and I went to the kitchen phone to call 911. I was told to hang up and that they would send his private doctors over. I was told to leave. The incident was minimized. HR said SC had a reaction to his prescription meds and alcohol. I told HR I knew what and blank was, but I left it alone. SC had some of his prescriptions added to my prescription pickups and a few times in Miami. Both these incidents were examples of how I assume rich people do things so that the public doesn't find out their personal business, not understanding that some of it was illegal. In 2009, I was informed by SC Security Bonds that Sean Combs brutally beat Cassie and that Bonds thought SC was going to kill Cassie. I was shocked as Bonds detailed the beating. He said SC was punching her in the head and stomping her outside the car. At one point, Cassie ran from the car and was dragged by SC through the concrete back into the car. Genevieve, the assistant, was in the car and she was trying to break it up too. Bonds was concerned about Genevieve and said she was hyperventilating. Bonds asked me to check on Genevieve. When I went to check on Jen, she acted like she didn't know what I was talking about. So I left it alone and went back to my post in the kitchen. Sean Combs came screaming and cursing into the kitchen. Chef, why are you in my motherfucking business? What goes on in my relationship is my motherfucking business. I will fucking end you if you tell anyone. I took this as he would kill me. And you better not tell anyone in the office either, which made me realize HR told him I called about the incident in Miami with Amanda. Up to that point, I didn't know that HR told him about me recording the Miami incident. I believed that SC would kill me if I told anyone he was beating Cassie, so I remained quiet. A day or two later, his assistant Genevieve and I took a bag to Cassie at the London hotel. I saw bruises on her face and arms. We never discussed it. We acted like nothing happened. Over the course of my time working with Sean Combs, I saw hotel rooms be set up with lights, sheets, baby oil, and Astroglide. I had always assumed it was freaky things going on, but never knew the extent. I dare not ask either. I saw Sean Combs yell, scream, and berate staff, artists, employees, and girlfriends. He was always mentally and physically abusive. I saw I saw Cassie bruised on 2 other occasions in Miami and LA, but never questioned it. Sean Combs weaponized food, sleep, and breaks. We were not allowed breaks. We often snuck in to eat. I would sneak food to feed the staff. I would get cursed out and asked if I want to go home for the day. I wasn't able to leave for the day unless he said I could. As I type this, my heart breaks for the younger version of myself. I saw Sean Combs create drug-fueled environments for artists, executives, and his girlfriends. I saw the aftermath of sex binges in New York City, Jersey, Miami, LA, and the Hamptons. I believe that the heavy drug use was coercion in order for him to get his way with participants. He was using drugs with Cassie on day 1 of their consummation. I'm not sure you could ever be a willing participant under those circumstances. The drug use was far beyond recreational. SC was also having a sexual relationship with blank, which to me was added lawyer of control, I guess layer of control. Someone in her innermost circle kept keeping tabs on her and also keeping secrets from her, weaponizing her most coveted friendship. I'm not sure Cassie ever knew about this betrayal. Who was this? Over the years, I witnessed all of his assistants break down, and they each started abusing drugs or alcohol in order to get through the workday. David started using drugs. Then there's a blanked out something. Genevieve, I'm not sure, but after 2009 beating in LA, blank. She left not long after. I would binge drink when I was told I was off and smoke weed to calm my nerves. My therapist would say I was self-medicating with the weed. Okay, we're going to move on to the raids in a second. How in the hell was the chef going to steal his friendship? He is just a hateful, selfish, just nasty person. Who cares if she's talking to people and stuff? Like, even if it would boost her business, like if they want to hire her separate, why not? Why are you not helping people? My heart goes out to all of them. Yeah. Okay, this letter is wrapping up. And then we'll get back into the courtroom and see what's going on. On March 20th, 2024, the Fed showed up at my door in Atlanta, Georgia. I was terrified, and I refused to speak to them without a lawyer present. I was served with a grand jury subpoena before they left my home. By April 4th, Sean Combs knew I was contacted by the Feds, even though I had not testified yet. This terrified me. By April 11th, Sean Combs' lawyer, Aaron Dyer, left a voicemail stating they knew I was contacted by law enforcement and that Sean Combs wanted to cover my legal fees. I did not respond. Now I'm wondering, what is he also choosing the lawyer? Or what's the end game with just paying the fees? We also learned that he paid Jade's lawyer fees. I was extremely terrified because how did Sean Combs even know I was contacted? Now I didn't trust him or the government. I didn't know what was going on. I felt like my life was in danger. On April 17th, 18th, my Cadillac was broken into. My alarm system was tripped up. All the personal identifying paperwork in my glove compartment was taken out and neatly placed on my passenger seat. All the contents in the middle console, which had a knife and jewelry, which were also laid out. The only thing stolen was my dog bag. The dog is like my child. I took this as witness tampering and intimidation. In my mind, it was clear. It was a clear threat. I called the police and filed a police report. I stated that the feds were at my house 2 weeks prior, that I believed this was intimidation because the person at the center of the case did not want me talking. I don't have proof that this was Sean doing it, but I firmly believe that it was him. He was sending me a message letting me know how easy it was to touch me if he wanted to. By the time I was being asked for months to be a part of the documentary about Sean Combs, and I kept declining. I decided after Sean Combs made contact with me through his lawyers that I would do the documentary as a form of protection for myself in case anything more happened to me. I wanted it on the record that he assaulted me and that I knew of the brutal 2009 assault of Cassandra Ventura Fine, which is detailed on page 14 of her lawsuit against him. Sean Combs never denied the 2009 assault. He just threatened to end me to keep silent. I took that as he would kill me. I accepted that he might have me killed for my participation in the documentary. Even now, I believe he could have me killed. After 2016, the brutal beating of Cassie was released. I realized that our collective silence only emboldened Sean Combs. He didn't get help. He didn't stop. He just got worse. The fact that the matter is Sean Combs is an abusive maniac. He doesn't just physically, mentally, and financially abuse and exploit his girlfriends, but he does it to staff as well. He has spent decades abusing almost everyone around him, unchecked. So many of us wanted to create our dream careers, and Sean Combs had us living a nightmare. Reliving this has been extremely traumatic. Seeing him essentially get off of the most serious offenses is terrifying. This was a miscarriage of justice, in my opinion. For him to now say upon his release he wanted to become a DV counselor is truly sick. Him and his legal team should be ashamed of themselves. This PR media tour is legal team is taking. This PR media tour his legal team is taking just further proves how much Sean Combs believes himself to be above the law and that he has no remorse for the hurt he has caused any of us. And then there's something redacted. It says Cassie says he R-worded her. Mia said he R-worded her. I believe he is a serial R-worder. We were both supposed to testify, but we were ultimately removed at the last minute. So somebody they redacted out of here is another person that was going to testify. Sean Combs likes to weaponize fatherhood, his children, and Kim Porter, when in reality he blank eye. Where were his kids when he was being a menace to society all these years? Okay. Sean Combs is a billionaire, not a street level pimp. He chose to use drugs to coerce women to becoming his own personal sex slaves. He used those recorded sexual escapades to hold over their heads to keep them in check. He used the staff to get drugs, to facilitate and cover up crimes. He kidnapped Capricorn Clark at gunpoint. He was going to kill Kid Cudi. These things really happen. It's sick how it's all been minimized. Nothing about what any of us endured was normal. That Rico was there the whole time. Sean Combs got away with it. Instead of being satisfied with he essentially got off, he chooses to let his ego keep driving him. Instead of being thankful and his team have decided to make a mockery out of all his victims and the judicial system. It's for these reasons I believe Sean Combs should get a maximum sentence available. The maximum. I don't believe he can ever be rehabilitated. He is a master manipulator. I don't think he should be allowed to live in New York City, New Jersey, LA, or Miami. He should have to relocate to the middle of nowhere, far away from the places he preyed on. He harmed so many people. Not only do I fear for my safety, I fear for all the witnesses that participated in this case. I know Sean Combs to be a very dangerous and spiteful man with a long memory and a panache for payback. Thank you for your time and consideration, Jordan Shatan Atkinson. Wowzers. Kimmy!
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm outside. It's a little windy, so I had to join. I just had to get somewhere.
I'm so glad you did. Oh my God.
Hi, everybody.
You look so pretty.
Oh, thank you. With my one eyelash. Don't talk about it.
Oh, I can't even see that. Girl.
I missed y'all.
Same here.
Yeah.
Let me see what you said. You said they had to sneak food like they were back in slavery time.
Yeah.
Part of being a chef, greeting folks and being sociable. Right. Go ahead and chat real quick while I blow my nose. But go ahead. Talk.
Yeah, he gonna ask her to do it. Obviously, it was one of his funky raggedy events. He asked her to be the cook, and then she's greeting people because they're getting the food from her, and whatever it is, that's what she's supposed to do. He always been a jealous, insecure little prick, and he always been funny looking. So I guess so. But how the hell was she gonna steal your friendships from her serving food? You idiot! Like he's so damn stupid. He probably can't wait to go to prison, y'all, just so he could be in the bottom bunk, letting inmates take turns on him, so he could be like, "Don't worry, you're next. We're gonna do this all night." They're not even gonna get an enjoyment of fucking him. Excuse my language.
Yeah, I agree. I think somebody I forgot who posted this that said they talked to him and he has a "it is what it is" attitude about the sentencing, like kind of like, well, whatever happens, because he has to deal with the fact that he doesn't have control over it.
Right. And he's still narcissistic and he don't have no remorse about nothing that he's been accused of and been found guilty of. I don't care if he got found guilty in the trial or not on everything, but we still know it's been proof and facts. We hospital records, police reports, and everything else, and testimony, and a lot of stuff that probably didn't get entered in the trial. Why, I don't know, but I heard that he wanted to talk to the judge one-on-one personally when he was asking about can he wear his raggedy clothes on the sentencing day. He still think that he's holding rank and he got all this power and he can do what the fuck he want to do. Your time comes to an end. Nothing lasts forever. Good or bad, it doesn't last forever.
That's true. And he didn't make the most. He did this to himself. And
he did it to himself.
What did you just say that made me think?
He's still thinking that he's holding rank because he's like, he just need to talk to the judge one-on-one.
Right.
Nobody needs to talk to you. Talk to you for what?
And I think he is going to say something because somebody said he's going to speak today, I think. I'm not sure if he is or not. He's
just so cocky and arrogant. Like he really so sure of himself. He should have had the confidence with himself years ago. But I don't know. Nobody gets excited about you, pufferfish. Nobody can jump up and down when they hear your name or they see you. You ain't made no hit record because you never made one on your own anyway. You stole everybody's shit. So all this other than that raggedy video that he wanted to share, that was all blowing smoke up everybody's ass. There's nothing but just a whole bunch of bullshit.
Definitely. Hey, Queen Keish. Nope, not yet. Let's get back to the court though. They back in court.
Okay.
So we heard the Reverend, the last person, talking about some Michael Jordan. These sneakers are just sneakers, but when my son put them on, what does that have to do with? Anyway, so the Reverend said, "You have been very honorable in this court," and then still says, "We'll have Mr. Donaldson," and Mr. Donaldson is one of Combs's attorneys. I think he's another Black attorney. He has two. Let's see if he cries also. He said, "It's been a long day, but I think it's been worth it." It's been a long day, but I think it's been worth it. You didn't have no choice but to have this day. What do you mean it's been worth it? What does that mean? I want the record to be clear that Mr. Combs is not a pimp. Okay. Here in SDNY, we've had U.S. senators prosecuted here. I dare anyone to say anyone else in the past 30 years did what he did in the MDC. The true Sean Combs came back. They're talking about that class. Oh, please. Please. That class, from what I saw, I can pull that up again too. That report card that he was given for the class, it was a 30-day class. I mean,
30 days that he probably got paid to get written off on.
Exactly. And that's the thing. It was in August, just this past August. He's been in there for a whole year at this point. You don't think that was a last ditch effort to try to, and he lied and said they came to him, the inmates did, asking him to do this class. But somebody one of the lawyers just said, or somebody told us that he was the one who went around to the inmates asking them questions and stuff. He started this. He did this. It's crazy to me. He says, he continued, I spoke to chiefs of police in Miami. I spoke to superintendents of education in Miami. Everyone said this is something different. Let them close with this. People like me are supposed to be here to show that we can do it. Oh, he said, let me close with this. People like me are supposed to be in here to show that we can do it. He said, we have a speaker ready to say that these are not speaking engagements. Mahey is the executive director of Reentry One. The judge says, what's the gentleman's name? Donaldson said, Giovanni. The judge says, I have a letter from these others. 1 minute is fine. Okay, so here's Giovanni. My name is Giovanni Saras for Reentry One. We served a couple of hundred people per year. I've read the letter of those impacted by the teaching and mentorship of Sean Combs, Mr. Sean Combs. As a formerly incarcerated person myself, I see the impact. Did you read the letters of the victims? Did you read those letters? He says, when a person creates his own program while incarcerated, it shows something. I know. I've done it. Not even a parking ticket since. I worked with probation. I speak at many different functions with the private prison operator that we work with. Giovanni, what were you in prison? What'd you go to jail for?
Right. What would you? Because I'm pretty sure it probably didn't amount up to what he's done.
Well, yeah, I want to know. Maybe it's worse. What did he do? I want to know what he did so I can judge you. I'm gonna have to look him up in the system. He said,
yeah, we're gonna look him up.
Yeah, we need to look him up and see what the hell he
do some digging.
Because
he's probably a fan. He's a fan. He's probably a fan. Yep.
And he probably got paid too.
Oh yeah. Yep.
The reentry program. Okay. He said, Judge, we are eager to work with Mr. Combs in the same way. We have established engagements in communities in need. Lastly, our mission is centered in the idea that those closest to the program will solve it. The judge said, okay, thank you very much.
Shout out to the judge. I love this man.
Why did somebody post this picture of him talking about civil rights leader Sean Diddy Combs?
What is he? Leader to what? Leading the people on showing how to abuse people, leading the people on showing them how to build up their tolerance to be the biggest crackhead. That's the only thing he gonna lead on. And then this Giovanni person, whatever his name is, all I visualize is he gonna be the first one to get laced.
Child, let's see. Queen Key said, no, we don't believe him. What happened to the domestic violence anger management classes? Yeah, exactly. What happened to those? Yeah, instead of teaching a class, you could have been taking a class.
You're right.
That doesn't. She said it's a big circus act in there.
Yep, a big one.
Juti said
he's the ringmaster.
Ringmaster. Juti said the one who killed Biggie. And then I can't stand the fact that they bring these people. They bring up Biggie. Oh, his best friend was killed in a drive-by. Oh my gosh! And bringing up Kim, and it's just sick.
It's terrible. Yeah, it is sickening, and it's terrible. I don't know why he don't have no attempted murder charge or murder charges yet. But I guess gotta be big. Yeah, not yet. We gotta be patient.
Yeah, I say
that.
Juti said, by all means, keep Diddy away from the community.
Yeah, exactly. Away. He needs to stay away from everything, even the ants on the ground. He don't even need to be around them. Yep. If it's cockroaches in the jail, they need to run the other way.
Okay. Okay. Let's see if they've got any updates here. Okay, Giovanni is still talking. Judge, we are ego. Oh, we already did I read that already? Okay, yeah, I did.
I was gonna say he gonna be in contempt of court. Didn't he just tell your ass thank you?
Yeah, he said he gave him a minute, and the judge said, "Okay, thank you very much." Okay, so now Ignifilo is up. I think this is the first time we've heard him speak. Ignifilo said, "It's getting late. I'll be brief. I started. Oh Lord." I started in Manhattan DA's office in 1990. We really got to go through your history, Ignifilo. We got to hear your life story. I mean, what does that have to do with Sean and what he did?
His life on the line. Are you talking about your fucking history?
Where are the violins? Okay, he said, I started in Manhattan DA's office in 1990. The same time that Sean Diddy Combs started his diabolical behavior. Now, that's what he needs to say. At the same time he was doing, I started my job. We mostly had to put people in jail. In 1996, the Center for Court Innovation started. John Jay did a lot of studies. DV tends to come from childhood trauma. You mean childhood trauma from the woman Sean said was his hero, who worked 3 jobs to keep him in the Catholic schools?
3 jobs? I guess it was cooking her coochie 3 the hard way was 3 jobs. Oh, Lord.
Oh my God. Pimping, pushing, and pandering. Okay. Nicola continues. Doctors found that Sean had PTSD. He grew up without a father. His father was murdered when he was just a baby. The family didn't tell him how the father died, but he picked it up from the street. He gave a commencement address at Howard in 2014. He found in the microfilm there how his father died in a drug deal gone bad. That is not true. He told a different story about how he found out about the truth. He said he found out from the streets. Now he's trying to say he found it from a microfilm at the college.
But you know, he needs to make up his mind how he found out. He just needs to tell the truth.
And they're trying to make it sound so esteemed, like, oh, that's what
right
when he was in college. Come on,
it was, and you
just that's insane.
His allegedly took after his uncle, as far as characteristic with the drugging and stuff and violating people and carrying on, and not being a secure man.
Yeah, he's very insecure because he he had to get all that work done to make himself feel good.
Man, I seen how his teeth used to look. I forgot who pointed that out. How he came a long way and stuff.
He closed his mouth.
And honey, I said, "Oh, Jesus! Your mama was making all that money in the brothel and stuff. She should have been investing in your. She was so busy worried about putting you in suits and hats in front of the cars. She should have been putting the grill of the car in your mouth. That's what she should have been doing. But he had to do that. And he think he's gonna discuss his lover, his first lover, where he got his name Love from when he was the altar boy, the school that got raided. It is his messing around with the people. He carried a relationship after graduating from there, the Catholic school, the all boys school. And I wonder if he's gonna bring that up.
Interesting. Well, I doubt it, but he should have. If he want to use everything he can, he should have brought all that up. He didn't put that in his letter.
He sure didn't.
So Ignifilo goes on, talking about maybe that's the trauma that he found out at school in the microfilm about how his father really died. He had a major depressive disorder. Is that what made him beat the girl up at school? Remember he beat that girlfriend up
with the belt, and they said over 10 people couldn't even pull him because that retarded strength is like the greatest strength on top of being heightened with drugs. To get him off of her, they was like he beat her severely with that belt buckle because he turned the belt around.
And that was after he left the school. He wasn't even still.
He
wasn't even a student still at the school.
Exactly, and he did it outside on the school grounds, with the security guards and the classmates trying to get his ass off of the girl.
And see, this is yet again more proof that money can just buy you anything. Because how dare
Yeah.
you give this man an honorary degree after that
Yep.
happened on your campus?
Yep.
Like,
And you know it happened because then they got verified as facts before the trial. You know what I'm saying? That all
yeah.
came out. And then like just like with Raggedy Miami, want to give him the keys to the city. They all helped him with his ego and his narcissistic ways. When that one dude got on that stand and said that he looked at Diddy as a guy, that David guy got his last name, but I'll go back. I think he was an assistant or at some point, whatever his job position and title had changed over the time that he started working for Diddy. But he was like, "Oh, I looked at him as a god." I was like, that's what made Puffer fished out that he could do what he wanted to do. Once he gained, especially other nationalities and cultures under his wing, and he seen how they was backing him up and not reporting a lot of stuff, that's when he really ran loose with it. He just got wild. Because, usually back in the day, he would have got hung 1,000 years ago for putting his hands on any other race.
For sure.
Like Cassie Friend that got hit with the hanger and got the concussion and stuff. He would. He's so lucky that there ain't nobody that you put your hands on my girl, boy. Took his ass out in the. He's so lucky that ain't never happened to him. They wouldn't have cared about him having no money, who he was, jumping around and shit.
Yeah, it's just sad that our community, especially, is the first ones to forgive a person or to turn a blind eye.
Yeah, it is, and I'm surprised back then the record label and executives, but even though they was part of the Get Down and probably introduced him to a lot of stuff too as well, but he brought heat and drama to the company and the business. He should have been problematic. Like we don't need all this heat on us because of you, because you got carried away. We ain't teach you all this shit.
You took it too far.
Right. when
you go too far, but you took it too far. Like you thought Kelly was doing the most. Like,
right. Exactly.
Because I believe you me, children are involved in this with Diddy. There are kids, men, like all those civil suits that are still being filed up to this day.
I think it was some filed yesterday, wasn't it?
A couple days ago, I think. Yeah, but yeah, he got a couple new suits. But he also, Lil Rod's suit is going to start the Discovery's.
See, I always believe Lil Rod because ain't nothing came to pass that's been false yet.
Right, but the Lil Rod suit is the one that Justin Combs, Cuba got dismissed from because they couldn't find him. And, it's just funny that the following week he was up at the courthouse every single day.
Yeah, exactly. Ain't that something? He might have dodged that bullet, but honey, it's gonna be more to come.
I agree. You can only run so far and hide for so long.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me see. Back to Ignifilo. He said, let's see. The family didn't tell him how his father died. He picked it up from the street, blah, blah, blah. See, he said he picked it up from the street. Then he said he picked it up from the school. Which one is it?
Yeah.
This judge, okay, he found, let's see. He says, okay, I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes. Then Miss Slavic and Mr. Combs, the last word. Oh, so he is going to actually speak. Okay, he says, Ignifilo continues, I'm asking you to release him today. He has been punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn in this case. This is also a form of general deterrence. The publicity that he got, Miss Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his business. He continues, we are proposing mental health treatment, a domestic violence program. Sometimes group programs are the best. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I'm not asking for a light sentence. I'm asking for mental health, not mental health, the root problem. And when they brought up when he just said something about his childhood trauma, when Diddy wrote that letter to the judge yesterday or whatever, I read it. He lauded his mother who raised him as a single mother, like she was the second coming. So where's the trauma come from? And if you, like you said, if it was from the Catholic school or whatever, that never has come out.
Right.
So
exactly.
Why hasn't that come out? If it's true, where is the trauma coming from?
they haven't been able to prove none of that. And whatever his name is, loaf of bread, whatever. His speech was pointless. Yeah, because I can't never say his name right, so I'm gonna call him
Nicola. Loaf of bread. That is funny as hell.
Hell.
Oh my god. Okay. He said, "I'll stop here and turn it over to the government. I think it's only fair that Mr. Combs has the last word." Oh, is that right? Oh, you think it's only fair that he gets the last word? The judge should say, "No,
they know when it hit.
The last word."
Girl, his team when he hit that pink powder with his ass before they came up in there. That's why he wanted to wear the street clothes. They put it in that top pocket, child.
Everybody zooted and tooted up in there.
Right. They zoom in like a motherfucker.
Zoom, zoom, zoom. Okay. The judge is asking, and she says, going back a few hours to Mr. Driscoll, we have cited cases with sentences of 135 months based on abuse. She's like right down to business. Let's get back to this 135 months, okay? Fuck all what they talk about. Fuck all that. Let's get down to the time.
Yeah, let's get to that.
So he says, back to the Dylan Jordan case. Let's zoom out. Why did Judge Cronin take into account the previous sentence? Because Jordan knew it was wrong. He quit the business before he was prosecuted. Here, the defendant continues crimes. That's right. Let him know, girl. Let him know. She about to break it down. He said, pimps control their victims. That's what happened here. $1.4 million would be 90 some freak offs. There were more than that here. Mr. Driscoll challenged us to find abusive texts like the one he quoted, but this case has physical abuse on video. Let him know, girl. She is like, I know she mad.
She come through with the come through. That's what I'm talking about.
Let's let him know. Okay.
Right.
So we're starting to get back in the lagging mode because we're not getting any new tweets just yet. That was just 56 seconds ago. So
I like how she started that off. That was straight, but that was like lightning bolt, baby.
Okay. I wish she would have went last. The judge should have told Agnifilo, I'm gonna tell you who's going last. And matter of fact, no, let's let him come first.
But you know what? Her words they're gonna leave an impact because they gonna tune everything that did Pufferfish said out there. They're gonna be thinking about what she said. Yeah, let's revisit this, y'all. Let's not forget.
Yeah, let's not forget. And I think too, the judge is letting them, kind of feel like he's letting them get their way because I think he's gonna hit them with this sentence.
I think so too. Because he look at it like these little clothes, all that. That's all minor bullshit. You still came up here with bullshit in your ass and shit, Ken. I'm gonna show you what's up my ass.
And it ain't pretty.
Right at all. Thought you was doing something. You ain't seen shit yet.
Nothing.
This because this is gonna be. You count your. This is the last time your ass.
Okay.
Enjoy your garments while you can.
Yeah. I hope you feel good in that outfit you got on.
Better put on your Lucifer. Put your Lucifer sandals back on and go back stomping around in your serpent den. Yeah. Nope, Lucifer. Yep. They look like crow feet and shit and carrying on reptile ass. He can go back to his serpent den. Maybe he'll see Sylvia dry hole up in there.
Well, she continued. The defendant is a master puppeteer. His video has better production values than the Intercontinental Hotel video. But that shows who he is. Right now, he would apologize to his victims. 5 lawyers spoke for him. Mr. Steele said Cassie wanted it. Ugh.
I know, that's cringe.
I hate when they do that. Like, this girl was 19, he was 36. She had not taken drugs yet before me.
She was still a child. And a child like mine. Like, you barely out of high school.
Mm-hmm.
I know what it was like when I was 19. I didn't even get hired at the hospital yet. I had moved out on my own, but I was still like just out there, like trying to figure out life in the world with 2 kids.
For sure.
Imagine this big
19.
grown burly big black man sitting up here, and then it took less than 6 months before he started abusing the girl.
Definitely. 19, I definitely started making my big mistakes while I was out
Right.
in the world. I mean, just fresh out of high school. That's part of
Because
the
you're
book.
fearless.
Huh?
Yeah, you're fearless. You're full of life. You're fearless. You're full of life.
Yeah, and I was in love, girl. I was in
right.
love. I had my
Girl,
first
nose
car.
be open like you sniff a pack of halls. Just be,
Yeah.
but when you learn and you're able to live past a lot of shit and get,
Right.
depending
And
on
we do make the worst decisions. I just remember
yeah.
my first love ever. Okay. I met him when I was in 10th grade, 15. He was 4 years older than me. And now that I think about it, I guess he was technically it seemed okay. I mean, it seemed okay, but
yeah,
he was 19, I was 15, that's kind of illegal, I think. But
yeah.
But I mean, we didn't actually, I'll take that back. I didn't give him nothing. It took him a couple years to get that though.
Okay.
It took him a couple years, but he hung tight. He hung in there and we stayed together. I was with him for like 6 years. But
that's good.
19, I was living with him.
Okay.
My parents, they weren't happy about it. But
yeah,
my friends, I don't know how long we lived. It wasn't a year, I think. It was it was under a year, but I know that some things had happened. I'm not going to get into in this moment, but read my book that I'm still writing, coming of age book based on some things. My friends literally showed up when he was at work and moved me out of that place. I didn't even know they were coming. They knocked on the door. I'm like, what are you doing here? Because you leaving. We got it.
Right.
Like, oh, okay. Okay. And they're like, call your mama. Tell her you coming back home.
Oh.
I couldn't move in with them. But my mom, I was living right down the street from my parents. And
that's good. The people that they love you so much. I mean, I know you look back and they really loved and cared about you. And that's how it was supposed to be. Nowadays, people don't do that. They don't step in. They don't.
Right.
Like we said, everybody just walk away.
They took control. Like that, they knew. They knew that. And they're like, you better. Yeah. And the funny thing is, I remember it so well because it was Cinco de Mayo. And one of the friends, she gave a taco party that at her she lived right down. All my friends, we lived on the same street. Where it's like
they probably was like, we outnumber his ass, so we wish he would. And we were from the same block, nigga, please.
He was at work at the grocery. He worked at Bonds, but he came home. But you know what the funny thing is? So I went to the friend's house to the party, even though they packed me up. All my stuff was in one of their cars. Went down to the party. And I was in the bathroom on the phone with my mama crying, asking if I could come home. I remember that. I was like, can I come home?
She like, yeah, come on.
And she showed up. I went right back home. And I literally met my husband like probably a few weeks later. I met him and I was gone again. But
that's good.
But I will say that, and I'm still friends with them. Well, the one that was real instrumental, she just found me again on Instagram. But but yeah, I mean, true friends, that's real friendship. And I feel like you're right. People don't speak up enough anymore, and they're too busy looking out for self, I guess. I don't know.
Yep.
I wish I hope, see, that's the thing. And a lot of these letters to the judge told him this case could fuck it up, moving victims back years. Okay.
Yeah.
Not wanting to come forward and whatnot.
And then what happened to him getting caught while he was he started breaking the jailhouse rules immediately. Exactly. They act like that never happened too. With Kalina getting paid, he writing it out that he paid her, and they scared all and Carlin having his lawyers and his sons and his mama intimidate people and shit. I didn't forget about none of that. That's all documented in the
Right.
courts. They need to revisit that too. Because
Well,
if he did it, he ain't learned his lesson. He ain't learned his
no.
lesson. Diddy'll get to jumping around immediately as soon as if he ever. I think even if he get released 7 years from now, he'll be back on the bullshit because he's the type he's not gonna give up. He's gonna figure out a different way.
He's still on his bullshit. He ain't never left his bullshit.
Right.
He probably.
He still gotta survive when he make it to the real big house though. He gotta survive it.
Oh yeah, he probably had somebody make threatening calls for, some people before the sentencing hearing today. I'm pretty
Yep.
sure. I can't wait. Remember how Young Thug's jail calls came out? I can't wait till Diddy's jail calls come out. I hope
Oh
somebody.
yeah, they're gonna release him. They're gonna
That's what
release
they
him because
do.
they're gonna be. Yeah, they're gonna be done with his ass. They're gonna be releasing a lot of shit.
So it looks like they took a few minutes break after she said that Mr. Steele said Cassie wanted it, and she said we asked for a significant sentence here, and the judge said thank you, Mr. Combs. And then still before they want to make it dramatic, right? So they have to take a break first. Can we take a
Yeah.
comfort? Can we take a comfort break? A comfort break. What the hell is a comfort break?
Right.
So the judge says back at 4, which is in a couple minutes. So we're gonna hear from Diddy. Sounds like.
And I tell you that.
I hope he types up every word. I want to hear everything this nigga has to say. I really do.
And he better not be falling to his fucking knees again under the desk. Nobody's behind you ready to hit you from the back.
Why do
Yeah,
you
nobody's gonna be.
He might as well have testified then. If you gonna get up here at your, I don't even think R. Kelly spoke at his sentencing, did he?
No, he didn't. He at first he was, but then he backpedaled on that, which was a good thing. He wouldn't anyway. The only thing he was doing was too busy playing the imaginary. When he heard his song in the background, despite that the gruesome and graphic video they were playing. And the audio of him abusing the girls because he was playing his raggedy music in the scene.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was the only reaction and emotions they got out of R. Kelly during that trial was doing that dumb shit.
Yeah. Weird.
And which was to me was another nail in the coffin for him.
Yeah.
Because it's like out of all the shit, the things that was being played and displayed didn't bother you. You just got off on your fucking music, nigga. Please.
I'm just looking on TikTok real quick to see if there's anything new or interesting. I think we pretty much been covering everything that's going on. They got the same. Everybody following the same person on Twitter, so we all got the same information.
Right.
But, I can't wait till they give him this. I hope come on, Judge, you got this.
Right.
Let me refresh Instagram and see if there's anything on here. I'm so glad you came on with me though. I miss you, girl.
I almost forgot it was Friday. Yesterday I kept thinking it was Friday. And because I've been at my friend's house for a week, but I got up, I said, and then when I hit YouTube, I said, oh shit, it's Citizen. I said, what time is it? And I seen you, and I had to join get in the chat. And then when I got back here, and I said, oh man, I said, let me see if it's too windy outside. And then I was able to Bluetooth my little device thing, and I said, I'm out there, I got to get on here.
Okay, I'm like, come on, girl. I don't even know why I was thinking about. I should have called you or texted you because I thought about it.
It's okay. Because my phone was the volume had got low, but I was glad I called. Better late than never. Because we've been following this thing since day one, just like the other trials, and we won't be keeping our foot on everybody's neck that get exposed and held accountable. Period.
Absolutely.
Care who you are.
They showing Gina showed up at the courtroom with Mo.
You know, Gina ass, with her come late, Johnny late ass, she needs somewhere that needs to sit down some damn where. I'm disappointed in her. I don't know who I need to be more upset with. Him, her, his mammy, or whoever else, or his raggedy son doing the push-up with his chest just as flat as the damn sidewalk. You know, this is an embarrassment of her being a fucking female. Look at her with the raggedy wig on her. He couldn't have got you no better. None of these women have better hair. She doing all of this sticking up for him for what? You think that's gonna help him? That make you look hella bad. You set up.
She look a little old.
That's because of the ass whoopers and the drug use.
And the
The
stress.
stress. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
stress will whoop your ass, and guilt, because she knows what she's doing is not morally right. Regardless to what, I don't know if it's the money motivating her, because she didn't do it for free. That's
Of
for
course
sure.
it is. You remember when we saw her at that grocery store parking lot,
Walmart with her new car. That
with the
they
new
said it was a
BMW. Exactly.
yeah, and then
Hmm.
it was just magically TMZ run up on you. They knew where your ass was hiding out the whole time. It was his lawyers that gave the go ahead. Catch her over there. They told her where to be at what time. Walk through, and they go jump out on you.
But what'd you think about Westmoreland here crying as she's talking about Diddy? The lawyer is crying.
I think that's an embarrassment too, and that's just, to me, it's just they doing a lot of unspeakable things. What the fuck is you crying for?
Exactly. Somebody tweeted, "He ain't getting life, girl. Calm down."
Right. That's because her dope kicked in and it made her go through all the emotions. That's all.
Wow. Yeah, she I believe she said she's been, talking to him every day and all this stuff. You know,
Oh,
you know
yeah,
how
she diddy dick dancing.
she is the R. Kelly version of the Tricky Nikki.
Yep, Tricky Nikki. Yep,
Mm-hmm. And her
cokehead,
name is
the
Nicole
witch.
too. Her name is Nicole too. So
Oh wow.
she gets the
Yeah, they
name.
was all up in there. Yep, Nickelodeon it up with the shit.
Oh, she breaking down in tears because she know that they didn't do what they were supposed to do. But
She was probably coming into happy tears about how it was an easy bag to get too. We know we ain't getting this nigga off.
let's hear what this Mufu has to say. Secret Santa. I used to like this guy, but
Tense.
Not
We heard
anymore.
the government, and basically, the government was just, Miss Slavic was. So, guys, the government's argument, frankly, it seemed, okay at first. Miss Slavic was doing her thing. But the problem is they're trying to show Diddy as a pimp. And what Jason Driscoll, which shout out to Jason Driscoll, he's the slickest dude out there. He quickly pointed out all these different examples of the Mann Act that he brought up. The average sentencing was 16 months to 27 months at the most. And he's saying that Mr. Combs, Diddy is not a pimp, that all these people, the difference between Combs and these other cases that the government was telling about is these were pimps who made money. One of them made $1.4 million.
But see, that's the thing. That's the only difference I think between is that he was paying out and not collecting the money. But all the other behaviors are the same.
Whether he got paid or if he was a payee, it's still pimpish behavior. You still
Exactly.
took control. You kept the girl that was in the room the day that he got arrested, which was the who I don't know who the whatever her name is, I forgot. But he had her phone and the ID and social security card locked in a little box in the safe in the room.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pimps do that shit. They take all your credentials and your identification and they hold it and lock it up. He was preparing the room for a freak off that day, across from the courthouse that he's about to get convicted in, with his stupid ass, with his big ball ass. He think he big bank Hank and shit. They gonna show his ass who it is.
Remember, he has a Tootsie Roll.
Right, yeah. And then that's another damn thing. You run around here, and then there's rumor that he kept showing it off like he's like a damn elephant trunk or something, the telephone pole, and you ain't even no bigger than this damn motherfucking dead twig right here. You need to go sit down somewhere.
Tootsie Roll.
Right. I don't think that song was meant for him. He took that and ran with it.
Nia's catching up. Nia. He said, "Who gives a fuck about a business being destroyed when he destroys lives on a regular?" Agreed.
Exactly.
And she said, "I swear this defense has me seeing red." Agreed.
Yep.
And
yep.
Rod Wayne gonna come in talking about peace, world peace.
We will get peace after we know his ass ain't going nowhere. They gonna sit that little
except Diddy.
Yeah. They gonna sit that little pussy down right there.
Oh, Juti said those lawyers are so damn screwed up in the head. Crying over him is beyond insane. And she said it doesn't matter that he made money or gave it out. It's the same.
It's same. It's the same. Exact same.
It's the
You
exact same.
know, you strong arming you're kidnapping people and shit. You holding them against their will. Like even with Jane, because I don't remember the baby name or whatever. I want to say 50 Cent baby mama. I could be wrong. But when she's seen, they showing, they done seen the video where he putting her in a headlock, shoving the dope down her throat and told her, is that enough coercion for you? Forcing her, she better go suck some peen or do something, he told her. And she was like, she'd already did over 18 people. She was hurting and said, this is ridiculous.
Girl, you got them laughing on that twig. You said not a dead twig.
That the wind that blew up here.
Okay.
Shit. The hell?
So this guy, he seemed like he done got in on the Diddy train. I think, he was all excited because Diddy's boys recognized him when he was doing the trial. And then next thing you know, he's in the elevator with them. Next thing you know, he's like,
he done got slid. He done got slid a few perks or whatever, and we don't know if it was part of the real perks or not. But he done got slid some incentive, some kind of way to sway his, because there was another YouTuber on there, that black guy. He went in acting like, the one with the blue, the untouchable suit on and shit back in the day, that movie. And so he go, and then he became a Diddy lover, and jumping, hollering up and down, and hollering about Diddy was gonna get out and stuff. He became Team Diddy after the first time. This was, I'm pretty sure they was trying to persuade his attorneys, running up on people a few times, sliding up in their ear. And they said his assistants were doing intimidation tactics too in the break room when Marad was saying how she was giving dirty looks and everything, because she keeps control of his media pages and shit and carried on, and she know what people be saying. But they would say she was saying little mean things and slick ass comments to people that wasn't supporting Diddy while she was there. I believe it. But honey, what the little coins that you getting ain't gonna last forever either, because you gonna be off the payroll when his ass ain't coming home. And he gonna probably look at you to do a good enough job. He gonna fire everybody on the scene when he see he gonna find a way to blame it's always somebody else's. He ain't gonna hold himself accountable and say, I got myself here. He gonna blame it on everybody else.
Of course.
Yep.
That's a person who never takes accountability. He ain't never had to take accountability.
He gonna be like R. Kelly is. He gonna die and he'll never. Well, he might do it silently, because when God say move, you gonna move, and you will confess some kind of way. Whether it's in his dark cell, I don't know if it's gonna be during his bottom bunk freak offs or not. But he publicly, I don't think he'll ever just open his mouth and say. That won't be genuine, just like that little video he did about Cassie. That wasn't genuine. He only did that because he was trying to do damage control, but it was too late.
And
you knew you had a whole video out here.
Yeah, and the letter he wrote to the judge that was submitted yesterday, it didn't say anything about the victims. It was all about him and the fact that he, drug use. I lost my father. It was
okay. I'm sorry, but. Diddy, I lost mine too. I'm not around here harming people. I'm not doing none of that.
Exactly. Okay, so
whether it was at a young age or not.
Exactly. Period. So Diddy is up. Let's see what Diddy's talking about. 4:06 p.m. They're back. That was just 3 minutes ago.
So they didn't let the prosecutor finish her closing statement? They just went straight to puffer fish?
She finished. Her last thing was she said that Mr. Steele said Cassie wanted it. And then she said, we asked for a significant sentence here. And then he said, thank you, Mr. Combs. And then they took a little break. Can we take a comfort break? No, you want to take a break so you can go make sure he's on script. You want to make sure you know, he knows what to say. So here they
Let's
are. So
see this.
4:06 p.m. They're back. Sean Combs stands at the defense table. One of the hardest things I've had to handle has been, oh, this is him talking. One of the hardest things I've had to handle has been having to be quiet and not express how sorry I am for my actions. I don't take that lightly. I would like to apologize to Cassie Ventura and her family. So you got the memo that everybody was looking for an apology for the victims. And you, because you never gave it. Not even with the apology video. He didn't even mention her. So now here he is. Okay. He continues, I apologize to Jane for bringing you into my mess. I would like to apologize to all the victims of domestic violence. Oh, so now you're just going to do a blanket apology to every single victim in the whole world. How about to all of your victims?
Right.
Your victims. That's all you should be concerned about. He said, I know that the disgusting video triggered people. I was sick from the drugs. I needed help, but I didn't get the help. Let's see. Let me see. One of the comments underneath this says, didn't the judge already hear a video from him in his chambers before court started today? This thing is nothing about what he did to the victims, but all about him.
Yep.
Somebody said only apologizing because he's caught. Lawyer told him to say anything that comes out of his mouth. That's why they needed a break. Only when it suits you, somebody said. Only because everyone saw it. You're disgusting. And given the chance, you be back at it in the blink of an eye. There's no cure. Freakism. Okay.
Yep.
Somebody said, yeah, play me a song in your little violin.
Yeah.
Somebody said, this man had 14 months to apologize. Not once did he even attempt. Even when he was found guilty, he's a liar. And that's the thing. The whole time he was in there, what was he trying to do? Get out. What was he trying to do? Get charges dismissed. What was he trying to do? Get an acquittal, get a new trial. Like, never did he want to just say, you know what? I'm here for a reason and let me just do what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah. Telling Kalina about, didn't nobody get fucked up, did they? Right?
Oh, wink, wink.
Right.
So it sounds like to me he's reiterating what was in that letter. But anyway, he says, I knew better. My faith taught me better. I'm not this larger than life person. You're not? Oh, I'm just a human being. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children. They're already raised, except for the little one. And she's Justin's. I'm just saying. And be there for my mother. I lost all of my businesses. Yeah, he signed that forfeiture agreement too, by the way, in case you missed that at the top. The judge wanted that first thing. He said, did he sign the forfeiture letter? Bring it to me. Let me see. Like, this your signature? Okay. And did you read this, Mr. Steele? Okay, perfect. All right, we can begin. As long as this Negro know he about to give us all of his stuff. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh,
we're like Whoopi Goldberg to get all my stuff.
So he said, I lost all my businesses. And then he says, I hate myself right now.
Good.
Myself right now. Yeah. Along with everybody else. Well, most everybody else.
Great. Let's see how Kim feels.
Right. Ooh, they should have had a medium come in there and bring her. I have a psychic medium here, Your Honor. She's going to bring Kim Porter.
Yeah, she has some last words too.
Oh my God! If this world would only allow that,
right? Allow it.
So he hates himself. He said he's been stripped down to nothing. I want to
Not
apologize
really.
to my 7 children. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. To my mother, I feel you taught me better. Oh, really?
That's nice to know.
He said, I let down my community. I wanted to show we could take care of our own problems. I got lost. I'm not this bad person. I'm sorry to my community. I let y'all down. People can change. I know I've changed. He said people can change. People can change. True. Why did you even say that though? Because he's trying to say I haven't yet. But then he figured out what he said. And he's like, oh, I know I've changed though. I know I've changed. I don't know about other people, but I've changed. He says, sometimes you have to go through life experiences. These are not excuses. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. Yep, this is what he said in the letter, because I said about what he said about that. How do you change something that hasn't happened yet? You haven't. How do you change? What are you saying? You can change the future. What future?
Right.
So the future you thought you were going to have is going to be different because you changed it, because you aren't going to be abusing people anymore and being an asshole to people anymore. Is that what you're saying? You're not going to be that guy anymore. You're not going to unalive people. You're not going to harm people. Okay. Is that the future that you're changing? He said, I beg your honor for mercy. Did he get on his knees? That's what I want to know.
I hope not. Get your ass off your fucking knees. Stop this shit. Get your fucking ass up.
I beg your honor for mercy, to be a father again, to be a son again, a leader in my community again, to get the help I need. Is he crying like his lawyer cried?
You ain't even let go of the dope, Diddy. How the hell you gonna get help?
Like his kids cried? Is he crying? They should give him a drug test. The drug should give him a drug test today. Before we leave today.
And I'm talking about draw his blood. Fuck the urine.
Oh, yeah. Give him, yeah. I initially said go to CVS and get a full panel. But no, bring in a professional, bring a nurse, a doctor in, draw that blood, and let's get it
cut his hair. Yep, get it all.
And also,
scalp his hair.
If he actually has HIV. There's a girl. Remember the girl that came out a couple years, maybe last year or a year before, and she had this horrible story. She was emaciated, suffering from AIDS, and she
was the light-skinned girl with the pretty eyes.
Yeah, she was. I think she was either light-skinned or I don't know if she wasn't black.
She real little.
Yeah,
she real little.
She was super emaciated. She was super skinny. Well, she
said
I saw. Where did I see that? Was it on?
Because she was from New York too, I think.
She said she got HIV from a Diddy party messing with Diddy. That's what she said. That's what she said.
I remember.
Recently, she said that. I don't know if she said it then.
Wow. I remember a few videos of her, like with the home care, getting her up every day to have her take a few steps and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's her.
She said she got that from Diddy. She got it from.
And I want to say she had a boyfriend at the time or whatever. Like, I don't know if they was in the modeling career, business, or something like that. I forgot her story, her full story, but I do remember her being from New York, and she was saying that she was going to share her story, her truth of how she got it or whatever. And that's terrible. That's something.
Yeah. So let's get his medical too while we at it. Matter of fact, I think they already have it because they've been submitting his medical stuff and under the seal.
Okay. Yeah, there's still a lot of shit that's sealed.
So
I believe it's something. Yeah, it's rumored in Vegas streets, honey, that Vegas gonna be coming for him. More than those mansion parties out here with him in Airbnbs. And I mean, that's just, I don't know how much facts it is, but I kind of believe it. You know, sometimes the streets have the truth in there somewhere. Because he did shit at Planet Hollywood, Steve Wynn properties, and Airbnbs out here. So we gonna see.
Yes, we will. All right. So he's still talking. He says, sometimes you have to go through life experiences. I think I read that part. He said, I don't want to let God down. I have no one to blame but myself. I know I will never put my hands on another person again. I'm willing to comply with any conditions. Me sharing my story is not a scheme to get less time. This story is tragic. If your honor gives me a chance to share my story, this has a positive impact. Thank you to the jury. Your honor gave me the confidence in the jury to believe that I did not have to testify. They sacrificed 8 weeks. I thank them for not guilty. I take full responsibility for my man act convictions. They want you to make an example out of me. I want you to think about making an example out of what a person can do if they get another chance. That's exactly what he said in that letter. You just repeating what you said in that letter. Consider the beautiful children who spoke for me. Please.
Okay.
Let's see if that was it. He shouldn't get no more than a minute like everybody else.
Exactly.
He says, no matter what anyone says, I know I am truly sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. So the judge says, let's take 5 minutes. Okay.
We're done with your gone.
Huh?
Okay. We're done with his gone in the wind speech.
Yeah, finally. Okay, finally, I think we're here, y'all. I think we're finally going to get this verdict. Now,
yes.
I don't think the judge is going to just come out and say, okay, thanks, everybody. I'm giving this motherfucker 5 years and we out. Like, he's going to probably go through why. He's going to tell us all these things.
And he's going to scald Diddy, too. He's going to read them.
I believe
they always give a speech. They're going to tell him because he's going to explain why he's getting the sentence that he's getting. And then I mean, that's what they normally do. I can't wait to hear how it's going to say it.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Juti said, I'm not ready for the rage that I will feel with Diddy's speech. Yeah, it was the drugs' fault. Larger than life. Well, Tootsie Roll sure ain't, allegedly. He said he wants to be a leader in the community. Lord save us. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, that's going to be his next move. I bet you his new era is going to be pastor.
Who's going to follow it behind him?
Civic leader. A lot of people, you see these people on the internet? I don't know if these are real people, bots, paid people, but there are literally people.
I mean, yeah, you're right. You got people that are fanatics that are fanned out with him still to this day. Mm-hmm. They probably will be the ones to follow. And then you got the trolls and the bots. So he got a mixture of all three, mm-hmm. a combination, which is, and then it's sad, no matter what age or race that you are, if they are believing and following it behind him, of just how much weak-minded that they are, because you're easily influenced.
Here's the guy,
and that's sad.
Here's the guy from Reentry 1 who testified on his behalf. I'm gonna hold my tongue. I got something to say, but I'm gonna hold my tongue.
That looked like the guy that had the glasses on looking at the babies in the room when Jay-Z was like, you got the thing on him, yo. You got the thing on him. What is the thing, Jay-Z? What is the thing? What did he put on the girls?
Nonprofit director. Okay. Giovanni. So he don't even look like his name at all.
No, he don't. He was somebody found at the last minute.
Exactly.
A wannabe, a has been, and a used to be.
He replaced TD Jakes with that one.
Right.
Because where's TD Jakes at? I think he retired.
Exactly. He was supposed to have been helping you with your image when before the bullshit came out, and he.
I want to see some comments from what Diddy said about Jane apologizing. Let's see. Only apologize because he got caught. People saying the same stuff. We are tired, man. Rule this case already. What the fuck? Somebody said liquor made me sick too. I still didn't do all that.
Right.
Somebody said, so now it's the drugs' fault. Yep. You didn't get help because you didn't think you needed it. You rinsed it with your charities and other goodwill efforts, in air quotes, by Ted Bundy.
And the charities that he never donated to. Like when the stampede happened, he didn't get none of that money that he raised to nowhere. That came out in the end.
I think the label had to end up paying out something for his, not his, his the label over his label.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
That's another thing. Them executives, you son of a bitch, you costing us money and shit. They should have been got rid of his ass.
Exactly. But they were enabling him because all that stuff, a lot of people, we know that in the industry this is what happened in the industry. A lot of these things, but see, Sean Combs was one of the ones who was spearheading and made it okay because he was opening the door for it. Like, yeah, this is what we do.
Yeah.
Like, let's celebrate this. Clive Davis and the people, Andre Harrell, the people over him who were also grooming him and doing stuff to him. He's been, this is a 30-year run for this man. So
they all get that 30-year run. Shark Kelly said, "Get you 30 years."
And you're gonna give us 30 years in that jail cell. Oh yes. Bottom feeder
Right.
him up. Okay. Let me see. Let me refresh. Have 5 minutes gone by? These minutes seem like hours. It's like, come on.
Right. It's the anticipation.
Oh my God. Come on, Judge. Don't let us down, Judge.
Right. We didn't come this far for nothing. It's been all right the whole time. I should go put my feet in the grass.
Yeah, I'm definitely
I
gonna have
did
to
the
do
other
that.
night, and it was, and boy, I saw a shooting star too while I was sitting out in the yard. This was 2 nights ago. It
We
went
all
straight
should be
out.
doing that.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to connect with nature in that way. It's called grounding. You know, you walk your
Yeah.
feet in the grass and the
Yep.
nature, hug a tree. Speaking of,
Man.
we got a few minutes to spare here. We got a full moon coming up. I was doing some studying on the next full moon, and I'm already knowing that this full moon is exactly what they say it is, which is facing all the things. It's basically your shadow work, all the shadow stuff that you have tried to avoid or don't want to deal with, things you know you should have probably taken care of or you should be doing. All that stuff is going to show up in this new moon.
I
Like,
believe it.
you're going to look in your face. You're going to see stuff that
Yeah.
you've been avoiding or trying, so hopefully what you're supposed to do once this does show up again for you is work with it, move through it, take care of the business, whatever it is, handle it, and then it won't come up anymore. Otherwise, it's going to keep coming up.
Yeah. That'd be me.
Oh yeah, that's me for sure. I know for sure it's in play because I'm at my satellite office, which is my mom's.
Okay.
my other home and office, and
Yeah.
of course, Queen is here too. So, but
Uh,
I'm here for 3 days because they're fumigating the house. They're doing a termite. The roofer, so we got a roof put on, a new roof, and the roofer said you got termites and got to get that taken care of. And so
okay.
the house is getting the house got tinted yesterday. But what I had to do to prep for that tinting, things that I should have gotten rid of and done a long time ago, because certain things, the food, you got to do this, you got to clean out all these things. I
Okay.
had 6 dang trash bags of garbage, 6 kitchen size trash bags. Garbage stuff that I'm thinking, yeah, I'm probably one day, or I'm gonna stuff that I was just like, let me just clean let me just do what I'm supposed to do, clean like stuff.
Right.
I'm supposed to do this for a long time, like spring cleaning. I do like certain things, but it's like the deep throwing out of stuff and like going into places that I never go into, closets I never go into, things like that.
Right.
Oh my God. I was like, oh man, this is kicking my ass. But the one thing about taking care of things after a long time or after you've been avoiding is it feels so good once it's done. And you can
Yeah,
literally
it does.
feel the newness of things, of life. Like it's like you have a whole brand new slate,
Yeah, it's like a new beginning, new
Uh-huh.
blessings, just a fresh start. It's a clean slate.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
it's
exactly.
breathtaking. I wish I was there. I could go house shopping.
I know, right?
I can't depart from some things. I mean, oh, I like this, and I like that.
You can do that. You can window house shop. Go on Zillow. I do it all the time. I mean, I already
Oh,
have
okay.
houses that I'm ready to go with. I'm just waiting for this lottery to hit.
Girl,
The one I want is,
you
I
gonna get
found
it.
the perfect place it's in Beverly Hills, but it's it's weird. I'm gonna send you a picture of it. I found this place.
Okay.
It's got like an acre of land around it. It's only a 1-bedroom. It's a 2-story though. And
That's nice.
it's built for like a one person. It's beautiful though, and it's secluded.
For you and Queen, yeah.
I think I would make that into a writing studio.
Okay.
You know what? It's so weird. I'm looking out the window. There was a car parked out on the side in the front, It had a ticket on it. It's been out there for a few days, and I'm thinking somebody abandoned this car because it don't even look like it belongs in this neighborhood. It's like not like that.
Yeah.
It's like a hoopty.
But still.
But it's like got a ticket on it. So just now, these guys just pulled up. They're looking at it. Like, is that it? He gets out. He's looking around. He's like, I think this might be it. It's like they're not sure, but he got in and he's about to drive. I don't know. Something's going on. He ain't drove off yet, but something weird. There's something weird going on with these people. Okay, let me get out these people business and get back to the okay.
It's called paying attention to your surroundings. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Always head on a swivel. And
yeah.
Up front, and the other one pulled up in front of them. What y'all get out of here. Next time you park, don't park in the middle of the damn curb where nobody could park in front of the car. Anyway, they're lucky they didn't get a note on the window because I will do that in lipstick.
Okay.
All right. So they're back from the break. Okay.
Great.
Give it to us, Judge.
Give it to us.
He said 426, they're back. The judge says, at the outset, I want you to understand, Mr. Combs, you're not being sentenced for acquitted conduct. But under 3553, I must consider many things. Mr. Combs, you are a self-made artist who has inspired community of color. Uh-oh, he about to dig in that ass. We saw the video. The free game course in the MDC. The court hopes you continue to expand it. You are devoted to your family. The court, of course, considers the collateral consequences. The court has to consider all of your history here. A history of good works can't wash away the record in this case. You abused these women. You used that abuse to get your way. Freak offs and hotel nights. The evidence of the abuse is massive. I was sitting right here during the testimony. Come on, Judge.
He said massive.
Come on, Judge. Okay, we're waiting for the next one. This is why I don't like. I have to.
He said I was sitting right here in case you forgot.
It's like I heard it all firsthand. Okay, I didn't need to get no third party info.
Right, your little raggedy video or your speech. Let's not erase this. We're gonna go over everything.
Video, your little funky little course you tried to get over on us by teaching. Yeah, we heard that. I hope you keep doing that. Yeah. You're devoted to your family. Yeah.
And you really ain't devoted to them with your sorry ass.
Right. Exactly. Or you thought you was devoted to you. Are you still devoted now that you think you still devoted? Come on, a history of good works don't make you a good man. Let's go. He says, this was subjugation. That is the reality of what happened. Tell him, Judge. We ain't with your fairy tales. We talk about the reality of what happened. I heard it all. He said, these offenses irreparably harmed 2 women. You plied them with drugs. Why did it happen so long? You had the power and resources to keep it going. You were more than a John. Oh. You were a John and a pimp.
The little Johnny.
Come on now. Let me read some comments in the meantime underneath. The course in MDC, the court hopes you continue to expand it, meaning he's going back to jail. Oh, he wants to keep doing it when you go back into jail.
Yeah, let's keep up the good work. Let's see if you can keep it a good run going.
Yeah, let's make it a year let's make it 5 years that you do that course, and let's see what happens if it makes an impact. Yeah. Come on, Judge.
Because the impact is the impact, whether you in the inside or not.
Okay, he continues. A significant sentence is required to deter. A significant sentence. I need my sound effects. Hold on, give me a second. Because
Jay Clayton is the man name is that Trump put in power, huh?
Who? Trump?
Yeah, his boy out there in New York, the one that came in after he fired the other lady, the government, whatever his name is. I think his last name is Clayton. He was the one that
Jay Clayton.
immediately, yes, buried Diddy when he got in office. He told the judge, remind you of how long your reach is, sir. Remember.
People thought that because he was Trump's guy that he was gonna go easy on Diddy. He came in like he came in full fire,
swinging, busting heads open, knocking them down, bam.
Okay, so the judge is continuing. He says a significant sentence. Oh, I read that part. He said Jane says he told her, take this pill, do it out there, and suck his dick. Is this the judge said this? Wait.
Wait.
Okay, I'm the judge. Jane says he told her, take this pill, do it out there, and suck his dick. Fuck him. The court is not convinced this would not happen again. Oh, the court has considered the programs. They are outweighed by the trial record in this case. Ooh, you ain't getting no program. Come on. Refresh. They're bringing up stuff that had nothing to do with the case. Somebody said corrupt judge. It's so funny how people want to say that so fast.
The judge didn't allow a lot of shit in Diddy's trial. That's why Diddy was talking about he was doing a good job. He helped Diddy. He tried to help him. He tried to let him pick up what he dropped off, but his dumb ass didn't get it, or his team.
Exactly. Let's see. Somebody said he will be free. Yeah, in some years. Okay, let's see. Refresh.
Well, y'all just wait for him then, since he's gonna be free.
Yeah.
Go do your push-ups with his son and wait for him.
Let's see. We have any put it on this. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I didn't have the thing up. Let me take Diddy down.
Oh. That's how you gonna be looking when you get that sentence. What? Yeah.
Like,
yeah, he gonna have a mic, all right.
Let's switch the screen over.
He gonna be.
What'd you say?
He gonna be sucking off all their mates.
What's up, Trav? Trav said, damn. Okay, comments. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I didn't see you. Juti said, please remove his face from the screen. I can't stand it. She said, you have your full moon on a row, right? Yeah, it's gonna be it's something different about it. I can't remember what, but it's a one that is gonna show you what you didn't do that you were supposed to do. Something that you was avoiding is gonna show up.
Yeah.
Let's see. Juti says, sounds like a savage loss. I'm a savage. Take that, Diddy.
Right.
Shamina said the mic is really loud. Oh, my mic is loud? Oh. Probably because I'm all up on it. Okay. Okay, let's get back. So the last thing he said was the programs are outweighed by the record in the case. He said exploitation and violence against women must be met with real accountability to promote respect for the law. The court reaches a few conclusions. 135 months would be more than necessary. A sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. Even the probation department recommended a sentence of less than half of that. But 14 months time served would not be sufficient. Thank you. So whoever said 14 months, I heard it from the grapevine. I heard it from a
right, this lying ass.
Right. Okay, so what is sufficient then, Judge? I'm look. My prediction was 6 initially. It's
I
gonna
say,
be
yeah, between 6 and 8, probably.
8 would be good.
Yeah.
I'm thinking between maybe 4 and 6, but let's see what he says.
Okay.
He teasing us right now. Spit it
Right.
out, Judge. Spit it out.
Come on.
Got us hanging. Pins and needles.
On the edge of the seat.
On the edge. Hanging on the cliff.
Right.
I'm like, refresh. Somebody said, if he sentenced him to 11 years, then it's purely personal hatred. Well, he just said he's not going to. So,
right.
Somebody said,
Now
sound
that
split the difference. I agree. 4 to 5 years told us where he's going. I agree. This judge is playing games. LOL. Somebody said, Diddy hearing this. Look at the picture. I know he mad. Diddy already get ready to put a hit out on this judge anyway.
right.
He already plotting.
He don't want to mess with that judge. That judge look like he come from where his daddy was a ruler somewhere. He better leave the judge alone. And he don't want to start that warfare.
Ruler of
Yeah.
the land.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, I think I see it. Okay. Here, the data shows a wide variety of sentences, weighing all the relevant factors. The court determines that the sentence is 50 months of incarceration. 50! What is 50 months? Let me do that. 50.
12 or 12, 24.
4.16.
4. Okay.
Hey, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
As long as it wasn't, he wasn't getting out today or like
or next year or in a few months. That's all we need.
Serve the whole thing.
But he still got to make it on the inside. That's what I'm saying. He still got to survive it.
That too. Somebody said that's 11 years, right?
Because he's getting accused of Tupac and Biggie, and a lot of people are still taking that to heart because what ain't made the public news is Keefe Diaz. He got sentenced to 4 years for that fight, but it's been kite sit to him, and he been stabbed at least twice. That ain't been public news because of this stuff with Tupac and Biggie. So, and he ain't got sent to the big house yet, but he got a promise waiting on his ass.
Mm-hmm. Now I'm wondering, is he going to give him the time served, or I guess the time counts, right? The 14 months.
I hate that but yeah, he will get counted for. But
so we're really talking three and some change. That's not a lot of time.
But he might have other indictments come along, so we can't give up hope yet.
I agree. I was gonna say it's not a lot of time. Enough time to charge him with more crimes.
I believe California could come with another superseding indictment. He might not get caught in this one, but he gonna get caught up in the next one. Trust and believe that, baby.
Right.
Something gonna come along.
Think about it. All the civil suits he has going on, and the Lil Rod case is about to get started.
It could turn criminal if
any of those cases could turn criminal.
And federal, like with Dolce Cabana, slap the fuck out.
Like with Cassie. I think case, if it wasn't, if he didn't settle, they would have let the civil case play out. I think they would not have indicted him right on that stuff right away. They would probably let to see if she won the civil case. Let's see. So let's see what happened after that. He said, so Mr. Gnifilo speaks up. The judge then says, after he said 50 months, he says, Mr. Gnifilo, any recommendation where to serve the sentence? Oh, so he's going to get to pick? Gnifilo says, can we get back to you by Monday now that we know there is a sentence? And the judge said yes. On Monday? So he going to say, yeah, he could serve the time in his Miami mansion. I mean, why does he get to pick where he gets to go? He needs to go to Rikers Island.
Come on, Judge. Send him to that place Trump got built up the water or whatever. What is it called? Circus? Something. The circuit?
The new one? I think because it's federal though. So he's gonna go to Fed camp. Send him over there with R. Kelly.
Right.
I think R. Kelly's
They
in
just
a pedo.
let them do a duet together. One last run.
Okay, let's see what the people in the chat got to, what the Warriors got to say.
Why we gotta wait till Monday? Send his ass today. It's Friday. Shit.
Oh, he is sentenced. No, he was. Oh, yeah, because the sentence is done. He's just asking him where he is. There a suggestion on where? But I think this thing is a wrap.
Yeah, his lawyer says we didn't know it was gonna be a sentence. How you didn't know?
He did say that. Trav said he got that book tour next week. LOL. He could do that right behind bars.
They're like, oh shit, you really is getting sentenced.
All them inmates he got sitting in his so-called class. Juti said, now that face I can stand. Now that face I can stand. The one I showed. She said, what, 4 years? Not enough. He gets time served, so he has like 3 years. Nia said 4 years. At this point, I'll take it. Yeah. She said, yes, I'm hoping for state charges. Mm-hmm. He has years of nightmares still. I'll take that. Yeah. Juti said, Judge, put your big boy pants on. Make the decision for him. Jeez. I agree. Like, why are we giving him this leeway? He feels like, well, let me give him something because he thought he was going home today. That's why the judge didn't want to let him wear regular clothes because he's like, you ain't going home. What difference does it make? Go put your jumpsuit back on. Don't give the jumpsuit back because you're gonna put it back on. Well, I guess that's it. Let me make sure. Let me go make sure. You know, I have not eaten one morsel of
maybe the judge is trying to cover his ass.
Maybe.
I don't know. Maybe legally by law he can offer that to his attorneys to say, do they have a suggestion?
Yeah, I've seen that before. I've seen people. I'm thinking R. Kelly said something like, "Oh, can he go to?" I don't know. But he says the court imposes. Okay, there's more. The court imposes a fine of $500,000, including to defray the cost of imprisonment. There is no restitution, so nobody ain't getting no money. Well, he's lucky on that front. But there is forfeiture, as reflected in the order. There is a $5,000 fine under the statute and special assessment $200, which is nothing for him. So 500,000, $500,000, a little over $500,000. That was how much he was willing to give up for bail, isn't it?
50,000.
No, I think it was like 50 million or something like that. It was a lot of money.
Oh yeah, 50 million. Yeah, and they rejected it. And then that's what I was like. We didn't have him do number race because Jesselyn Maxwell offered the judge more than he did, and they rejected hers. And she was hollering about how she was gonna be right across the street in the resort and shit and carrying on and not move. But they was like, nah. I think she offered 300 mil.
Well, yeah. Sometimes in these cases, especially when it's because you have money that you're doing this, you can't use your money to get out of it. So the judge then says, I want to speak to the strong women who came forward. Miss Ventura and Jane, you've been through trauma we can't imagine. Ms. Ventura said it was forced sex and degradation. I want to say we heard you. He said, you weren't just speaking to the jurors, but to other victims. You stood up to power. It's not easy. Violence behind closed doors doesn't have to stay secret forever. I know you still bear trauma, but you've taught us you don't have to stay a victim. I knew he has something. He has a thing for Cassie. I think he really felt for her most.
When I look back a lot of the videos, even just her weight size. That's why I'm like, he lucky he didn't kill that girl. She was little.
She definitely
and just
definitely tiny. Yeah, where is Christina Coram? Somebody's asking. So what's up with Christina Coram?
Yeah, where her monkey ass at?
Somewhere hiding.
Stupid ass. I can't wait. I hope she get convicted.
Yeah, she's in a couple of these civil suits. So hopefully one of these things turns criminal.
Maybe in a little ride shit, she'll come there, drag her ass out. Come on, bring it on out.
Yeah, because I think the feds, they're working with Rod. They were talking to him. They're probably they're probably telling him, let's see how the civil suit goes. But
I know by law, a lot of the people they're entitled to civil first. They'll, and then the other shit comes along after. However it go, because we still got Gloria Allred and her daughter Lisa Bloom that got victims too. The cases haven't hit the courts yet, so we ain't forgot about them. And she ain't, man, when she get a case, especially pull out that telephone book and do that press conference, honey, she already done won that in her sleep.
For sure.
Yeah.
I'm thinking this might be it. He hasn't said nothing else. I don't know.
Yeah.
So that's it. I mean, he's not going home today, and that's what I'm so happy to hear. And,
yeah.
I pressed the sound by mistake. I meant to press the kids. You gotta hear the joy from the kids. Bye, nigga.
Right.
All right. Well, shit. I got to eat. I haven't eaten nothing today. I'm trying to fight.
Yeah, I gotta eat too and charge my phone. I held on just long enough. I got 12%.
Oh, Shamina's asking, what's the Little Rod case? So Little Rod was a producer of Diddy's on his Love album, which is his most recent album he was working on. And he said he stayed with him and worked with him on that album for a year. In that year's time, he alleges that he was so many things. Let's see. What type of things did he say he happened to him?
While he on the floor, he had to watch Diddy shower, wash his ass and balls and stuff. Diddy ran his fingers up to his booty, playing with a little booty action, forcefully. He had Young Miami cousin bust in the bathroom on him, butt ass naked, and drop down to her knees and get her eagle on, and he didn't want to. Forced to take drugs. In and out on the boat with for 14 days, I think he said, when it was French Montana and all them. It was a whole fiesta and affair. And that's when Cuba Gooding.
He witnessed some things. I know he mentioned
when he
doing stuff, something about an unaliving that happened with Justin.
Oh, the shooting in the studio and stuff.
It was Christian and Justin, I think, or
yeah.
Justin for sure was involved, and it happened in the studio. Somebody got shot.
He gave up police. Yeah, the police officer name got mentioned that came to do the cleanup and get the narrative out. This is the nigga with the bow tie, allegedly. They was trying to find.
Christina Coram is also alleged to have done some things to him.
She noticed the fanny packs. The fanny packs.
This case should put him behind bars. Hopefully the feds pick it up. I
hope so too, because
watch what happens during the civil case.
Because he said that the interview was supposed to be like a few hours, but the feds ended up interviewing for over 3 days, and he said that he did a drawing of the layout of the property.
Yeah, because he's the one that told them about like the underground tunnel. There was the reason they went. It was something about in his bedroom there was another room that they
and then
he told them a lot of the things they found. Like a lot of they say a lot of the raid and all the stuff that happened was because of his lawsuit. We say it was, we thought it was because of Cassie's suit, but a lot of it was because of Lil Rod's lawsuit. So,
and Christine Coram talking about, that's just horseplay. That's his way of saying that he likes you and accepts you.
Right. She was trying to pacify what was happening, and she was doing stuff too. And in the meantime, and I think they said 3 weeks, his discovery is going to start. So his case is about to start, and we're about to be in front row. I'm about to be all on that. But that's a civil case, so I don't know. I don't know where we're going to see the information or who's anybody going to be there, but definitely we'll try to find the intel on that because I want to know what's happening. But I'm glad that Diddy wasn't able to get that squashed. He's facing so many cases right now, and they're not going to stop. He is going to have to deal with this while he's behind bars. And like you said, if he makes it, he has also been talking about health issues. You saw that his lawyer tried to say somebody tried to shank that man, even though Diddy said it was all peace and unity in there. You know, he's afraid for his life, supposedly. But
I'm sure Kim and them was afraid for their life before it got to an end.
Exactly. Everybody was afraid for their life around.
I'm not gonna let him live Kim Porter's death down. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I hate that they use her like that, talking about her. And those kids, you know, listen, your daddy gonna be fine. Go live your life. Okay.
Yep.
But listen, I gotta go. I got to get some food. I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Thank you for hanging. You're welcome, Juti. Thank you for hanging today. And anybody
I love y'all and
stick to it for 4 hours and 15 minutes.
We will be back, y'all.
Miss Kimmy, we're gonna have to catch up this weekend, okay?
Yeah, because I got a lot to tell you.
Yes, I will be reaching out. So, but love you, love y'all. Until next time, bye.